All right. Welcome back. Welcome back to the late show. And thank you to those of you who were live with me earlier today. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you for your presence and support. This channel would have been absolutely nothing if it weren't for the audience. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Young Brando thanks you. There we go. Let's start the show. We're gonna have the raffle today. Let me go grab the watch. I'm not even wearing my own watch, but let me put that on too. I'm wearing the Gégé Lecoutre Reverso Ground Date, one of my absolute favorites. It's just a stunning watch, and obviously with this particular strap that kind of matches the color of the heat blued hands. It is an absolute stunner. Let me go grab the watch that I'm giving away today. Just give me 1 second. Okay, there we go. There we go. SRPJ 57, Seiko 5 Sports, Rowing Blazers. It's beautiful packaging with that zigzag pattern that has now become really iconic of Rowing Blazers imagery, but of course it has been initially drawn from the Royal Artillery regimental pattern. Let me open the box. There we go. Still have the warranty card that's unfilled, and of course the watch itself, along with the extra NATO strap. So this first one I wanted to give away with a raffle that was open to anyone and everyone, that was open on the Instagram. It was shared here, and it was, at least I thought, pretty straightforward. And of course, the people who have participated, who have posted here on on the post here, were absolutely welcome, and one of them will soon enough get this piece. So before I get to that, which is something that I will conduct with the random number generator on Google, I want to take a close look. Hey, to people who are in the chat. Kelly was here earlier. Hi, Kelly. Aiden, nice to see you, man. Oz reminds everyone to upvote. Thank you. And Aiden, love it. You gotta love the community, that literally fights for the privilege of asking an upvote for you. Thank you so much. And Adel Modan, also, thank you so much, everyone. So all the people who have participated here have already received an email from me with their designated number. I will draw the number with the random number generator, and just to be on the safe side, after I draw the first number, which I will announce and I will write in the chat, I'll draw a second one. I'll let the random number generator generate a second one as a substitute, as a backup, right? So I don't think this will happen, but if by any chance the first number, for whatever reason, doesn't claim the prize, I want to have a backup, which is going to be the second number. I want to be really clear. I also want to be very, very fair. So if for whatever reason, whether the person doesn't claim or the person doesn't have a US address to which I can send this piece, I will have to go to the second person. In either case, after the show, I will write via DM and via email message to the winner, and we will arrange the shipment hopefully Monday or perhaps Tuesday, but it will happen next week, and you will be the new lucky owner of this orange stunner. All right. In the meantime, Aiden is here. Aiden is joining us. Hi, Aiden. How are you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going? That's very kind of you to do a giveaway, and that's not only is it a giveaway, but that's actually a really cool watch for a giveaway watch, in my opinion.
Thank you, man. That's very kind of you to say that. Look, I mean, for me, this is a way of giving back to the community, and it's also a way to highlight the good work that my friends were doing between Rowing Blazers and Wind Vintage. As you might know, that design is a collaboration between Jack Carlson and Eric Wind, and we did a little interview here as part of our vintage series. So I will post a link to that, my conversation with Eric Wind about these watches, about this Seiko 5 and Rowing Blazers collaboration. Jeff Lane, by the way, I see you in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Let me send the link for the conversation with Eric Wind on the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration. All right. Yeah, let's get it on. Right, Aiden? There's no reason to waste any more time.
Yeah, well, and then how can they so say if they want to follow you, how can they follow you? I don't think they can hurt to say, or if they wanted to enter, or if they wanted to see your Instagram or any of that. Yeah.
Hey, Van Lux. Hey, Stiefel. Well, I mean, listen, this is, remain subscribed. Continue to follow me on Instagram. I will just drop the link, like Aiden kindly reminded me. Obviously, since that much was a condition of remaining, of participating in the contest, participating in the giveaway, all all of the participants are already signed up here and follow me on Instagram. But if anyone is just dropping by, if anyone chanced upon this live stream, I have 3 more of these watches, and I will continue to give them away over the next few months. So stay tuned. The method might not remain the same, but those watches are going to be given away. And yeah, I'll decide how to do the next one. But this one was, as I mentioned earlier, a post on my Instagram page, which Aidan kindly directed you guys. You had to like, you had to basically tag 3 of your friends who weren't already following me on Instagram. You had to be a subscriber here and a follower on Instagram. And I had a number of participants in that way. It was pretty amazing. Thank you for joining the community. Thank you for being part of the community. And let's see the lucky winner of this orange dial Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers watch.
Let's go. Yeah. Who will be the winner? Who do you guys think will be the winner? There will only be one lucky winner.
Oh, St. Peter is joining us as well. Well, thanks, guys, for bringing this nozzle for the drawing. How are you doing, Peter?
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm well. Thank you, YB. Aidan, how are you?
I'm doing good.
So,
big release day.
It is. We will get to the AP releases and dissect them. And I'm really happy to have again both Aidan and St. Peter, because otherwise I would just be bitterly talking shit about Code 1159. So at least I have my wonderful people who will defend it, who will tell me what they actually enjoy about it, what maybe I should pay extra attention to, and what I should like. Guys, by the way, again, I did my best to disseminate the information about this raffle, but if you can believe it, there were only 7 participants, and that's fine. You know, for me, in either case, I'm just giving a watch away. It just increased their chances. But stay tuned for the next 3. Perhaps we'll have more participants and therefore more fun and more excitement. In this case, we had 7. And I am about to press the button for our lucky winner. As you see, this was Google. Let's go.
So wait, we can find you on Instagram?
Aidan, let's get the drawing and then we'll talk about, just so we don't get confused, right? Let's get through the drawing. Let's give this watch away, and then we can plug everything and also talk about the new AP releases. So random number generator, 1 to 7, since we had only 7 participants. And I'll click generate, which will give me the number of the lucky winner. Let's go. Number 6. Number 6. Let me double check and see who is actually the lucky winner. Number 6. Number 6 is Nish Chatlani. Nish.chatlani on Instagram.
Nice. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Nish. You're the winner.
That's amazing. Nish, thank you for participating. Let me first get to my post as well. I will, unless Nish is already in the audience and communicates that with us, maybe there's not even a need to draw the backup number, but This was Nish's post here. There we go. And this is our wonderful friend showing some chest hair.
Nice.
Very cool.
Good look. I like the artwork too.
Yeah. Well, I like the shirt as well.
You know what would go good with that?
He's in the chat.
An orange
He's in the
Seiko.
chat, Lord. He's in the
He
chat,
is?
man. Yeah, he's here.
Oh,
He's here. Lucky
all
number
right.
6.
Good. Well, I mean, that makes it much easier for me. Nish, I know I sent out an email to all the 7 participants to make sure that they will be here, so we would avoid, any confusion and any extra, trouble. Hey, man, thank you. You didn't need to do that. You have won the contest, but thank you. $10. That's so awesome. Thank you. Yes, thank the Lord. You don't have to thank me. Thank your lucky stars, whatever you want to call it. Awesome. That makes me really happy, and makes this very straightforward. Thank you, Nish. You have my email, but I will still, I like to go by the letter of the law. So I will still send you a DM on Instagram. I'll still send you another email congratulating you on your win, and respond to me on the email, if you don't mind, with your address, which, as long as it is in the US, it can be a PO box, it can be whatever you like. Just send it to me via email so we don't expose you to anything here. De Stiefel, Mr. Boots, very cool giveaway, very generous of you. Congratulations to the winner. Thank you so much, Stiefel. It's very good. So, St. Peter, thank you, man. Thank you. We are constantly being blessed. Thank you, Saint Peter, $2. Congrats, Nish. Thank you. It's almost, man, it is poetic, St. Peter, for a niche channel to have a watch giveaway.
and the first number is Nish.
And someone like Nish, even though I know it's a different spelling, I know that's a different name, but it's very poetic that this happened. Amazing. Aiden, what do you think? Sorry to cut you off like that earlier, but I had to get it out of the way and do it properly.
Oh yeah. No worries at all. No worries. I think we should just get a round of applause for Nish here. Thank you, Nish.
Nice. I love the audio.
That's
congratulations,
amazing. I love
man.
this.
That's crazy.
Man.
And then that round of applause is also for young Brando. That's so cool that you did the giveaway, man. I think that's amazing. So generous.
Thank you. Look, people have been very generous to me in the past, and I just like to return the favor. Speaking of which, don't pat me on the back for that, but once I see Jeff Brooks in the chat, Jake Brooks, I mean, I don't know why I said Jeff. That's not his real name, by the way. Don't think like I'm doxing him. But once Jake Brooks is in the chat, I've shown this to him, but I want to also show my gift to him for being so generous and for being such a consistent supporter of this channel. As you guys know, he just got himself, along with a beautiful 5-digit Daytona powered by that Zenith Legacy, also a 70s Navi timer, 7806, and I actually hunted down a strap for him that's period correct, and that has the nice detail. So I look forward to sharing that with you and with everyone as part of the community. And Aiden, again, I appreciate you, man, for you to come here and do the special effects and everything. That's very cool. Thank
Hey,
you.
no problem. And how else we can find? So we can find you on Instagram and then YouTube. What else is that? All you have for right now, or is there more ways to find you?
More ways to find me. Well, people have had wild sightings of me in the past. So if you're in Southern California and if you want to stalk me, I can certainly be found in a lot of the watch boutiques. I chanced upon one of the community members, namely George Varghese in South Coast Plaza, by now a blue moon ago.
Big G.
Yeah. And that
Georgie.
was the first time I was noticed by anyone in public, and I felt extremely redeemed by the fact that I gave myself that silly pretentious name, because when someone calls you Lord out of the blue, it's quite flattering, I have to say. On the show it's one thing because we are playing, it's a game, it's an act, but out there in the real world, even when someone knows you from the community and approaches you like that, that was great. And in South Coast Plaza, again, there was that collectors gathering towards the end of last year, which put me in touch with a number of people who knew me from sometimes my show, but mostly from what I did for Archie. So there were a lot of people from the Archie luxury community who thanked me for having actually hosted the show for all that time when Archie was in the UK. That was very flattering, and that was very fun for me as well. And JB is in the chat. JB, thank you. So let's bring that
So
out.
Jake, I hope you're doing well, man.
So this was, the seller had a nice nifty box for the whole thing. Of course, that has nothing to do with Breitling, but I just wanted to show that. But we have this this Twin Jets strap, Twin Jets buckle rather, for the leather strap, which has this nice single keeper to
Is
go
that
with
lizard?
Yeah, well, at least I'm not gonna use it. So for my friend JB, I'm even willing to, cross my own principles.
Very
It's
nice.
okay. Happens once every so often. So I'm gonna ship that out in the same way on the same day when I ship the watch out to Nish as well. I'm very happy that this worked out, and I'm very happy to finally do something nice for my friend JB as well. And of course, not to forget, when I was in New York, I met this wonderful person as well, which was for me very, very nice because he doesn't even show his face. So it was nice to put a face with the name and really have time to have an extended conversation, without having to worry for time, without having to perform for an audience. So that was very cool. And St. Peter, I'm really grateful for that as well.
Yeah, YB, so with my relocating, whenever it finally does happen, which I still don't have the schedule for, like it might change things with the visibility, because like if I end up moving out in the country where like I'm not on the mean streets of Brooklyn anymore, I won't be as concerned about exposure in that regard.
Right. Again, it's not, my comment for that was not necessarily to try to lure you out of the shadows.
No, I want to be there. I want to be there, but the mystery, and the anonymity is to some extent strategic. It's not just
No, I understand.
you
I
know.
understand. Honestly, again, if I weren't the host of the channel, God knows what my participation would have been and what I felt comfortable with. So even, you know, I mean, people who know me from other live streams know that, I can get quite cantankerous, in fact, when people ask pointed questions about, like, what car I drive and where exactly I live, and
What's your
you know
mother's maiden name, and what's the
right,
last
like, what
four of your social security?
I remember, there was this deranged guy on the 24-hour stream who consistently had a case about, like, why is this guy doesn't why does this guy not talk about, like, his place of birth? And I'm like, why should I? And his excuse was that he was, born in Chicago. Well, I'm not born in Chicago. If I were born in Chicago, I would tell you that. If I were born in New York, I would tell you that. But
Right.
once you start putting things together, my birthday, which I celebrated on a live stream,
Right. All right.
my country of origin, I'll give you my profession too. Why not? Maybe my social security number. So,
Yeah, sure.
you can be invited into my life or something. So I
No,
completely understand and respect those boundaries, St. Peter. Don't take me wrong.
no. I get it. I just like, I also, there's a part of it where it's like, I would like to dedicate more time to actually engaging with the community, which the people in New York, like the local people here, especially the people that go to the watch events, the ones that I'm going to, like, I've met those people, and a lot of them, they all kind of go to the same events, right?
Mm,
Like, I'm going to, because I am a Orological Society of New York member.
nice.
I got the I got the preamp on the Kari Voutilainen lecture on Monday. And
Yes.
I've with my shit, I've just been so fucked with personal. It's like, dude, it's like work. It's like my own personal shit that's just me and not my family and not my romantic partner. And then those other two things, all of this is just been so, like, heavy weighing on me. And I saw this lecture and I was like, I can't go now. Like, I have to focus on work. I have to focus on myself. I have to blah, blah, blah. And like, I'm like, wait a second. That's all I've been doing for the last 3 weeks. And I'm like, fuck that, man. Like, actually, sometimes you have to say, you know what? Like, my passion in life is watchmaking.
Mhm.
Okay. And my romantic partner bought me this beautiful gift of the membership to the New York Orological Society.
That's what she did for you?
Yes, dude. She
Wow.
bought me a membership and the watchmaking class, which I told you about when my hands were shaking because I drank the coffee and all that stuff. Like, and
Oof,
she has just been so encouraging of the process,
man.
because this person, like for me, like, this is the thing, right? Like, and I have been very blessed in my life to have so many supportive individuals around me, and I think when you are someone who has that blessing, who has that gift, like, recognize that, like, really understand it, like
Yeah.
like come to terms with your humility in that situation and don't squander it. And so for me now, because I got the pin, I could wear the pin on my lapel,
Yeah.
and I get the, okay, I'm not the gold member, I'm the bronze member. It's okay, it's okay. Like, but like, dude, I got the ticket. So like, I get to go to the lecture now. And I mean, this guy is like one of the literally the best living watchmakers,
By
and
the way,
that's
just to add to that, and just to plug Horological Society of New York a little bit, I will turn back to you, St. Peter.
Mhm.
So these lectures, I know they very generously upload them after they professionally record them to YouTube, but that takes a few months, usually 2 months specifically, right? Whereas if you're a member of the Horological Society of New York, which of course is in New York. They have a beautiful library in their location in New York. They have these, now that we are in the post-pandemic era, they have these in-person lectures which involve people like Joshua Shapiro, people like Kari Voutilainen, F.P. Jean gave a lecture in the past, Michael Friedman, the head of complications at AP gave one. Jack Forster gave one. Eric Wendt gave one, and he's going back to give another one. So a lot of interesting, engaging in-person lectures as well. But hey, if you're a member by correspondence, as it were, to put it in the 19th century term, you can still get these lectures immediately in the recorded format. So whether you're in New York or not, please do sign up. This year, they already had The Birth, Death, and Rebirth of American Watchmaking by Joshua Shapiro, who is based here in Los Angeles, here in Southern California. And among other things, he's an expert of engine turning, right? He's an expert of producing these exquisite dials that he actually makes himself in his workshop by hand-guided rose engines, and he even has a dedicated pattern. He had given a lecture on that art. Now he gave this, and now St. Peter can tell us a little more about Kari Voutilainen and the lecture he's going to attend in a few days.
Yeah, I would like to be able to speak more about that, but I kind of want to go into it as blind as I possibly can, because I know that, some of the people, like, I kind of started talking about, like, oh, well, watch scene New York, I met these people, and like when I started actually putting myself out there and like going out to meet people and having conversations and wearing my pieces, and I'm also like very protective of that. Like there's certain places where like I don't want people to see the kind of watch I'm wearing, because like I don't know what, like I don't want them to pass a judgment on me or make an assumption. But when you enter into, this particular space, next thing you know, like you're going thinking like, oh, I need to obscure my entry level like Cartier watch. But then there's the guy who has the rose gold Vagabondage 3. It's like you just see these insane things, and you realize, like, for me, the beauty of this hobby and this community, for people that are really in it for the passion, not speculators, not hype riders, people who actually really are interested in the art and design and
Yeah.
and the mechanics of
Mhm.
watchmaking. I genuinely believe those individuals, they reveal themselves to one another effortlessly, like in these spaces. You just,
And
once you start talking about it, it's obvious, oh, this
yeah,
person, they really care.
like I mean, for example, when I met Ronnie in New York, because he happened to be in town much later, he wasn't really following the auction in this particular case. He was just so nice, so generous with his time and with his conversation. We talked about a bunch of different things, mostly related to watches. And the way some of these collectors are so unassuming, so humble, so accessible, um, and the way people in the hobby are so generous with their time and with their possessions is something that strikes me so immediately. And like you said, there are two things that I take away from what you shared now, St. Peter. One is that we need to be protective of that feeling, of that sentiment, of that practice, right? We need to create more spaces where people feel safe physically, materially, and psychologically to come forward and share their passion, their collections. And two, because we are so honored by the generosity of other people, we have the obligation to pass it forward, right? Because so many people have been generous to me, I pass it forward. Because you are saying that so many people have been generous with you in terms of your connection to this hobby, you feel obliged to, in some way, get involved with the community in a more active fashion. And I admire that.
Yeah, I mean, the anecdote about the watchmaking class was that I had been building it up in my head that this is something I want to do, very intimidated by it, and ultimately just psychologically and emotionally and frankly physically, like I was exhausted that day. It was a class that requires quite a bit of attention to detail and focus. And it just so happened it was on a day that I was already, a lot of my mental energy was spent because of that. So that experience to me actually was kind of discouraging, right? Because I struggled a little bit. um, in that struggle, I actually found a kind of enlightenment, right? Because the pathway to any type of contemporary mastering of a craft or a science or a mechanism, whatever it is, I believe comes out of success and failure. Like as a craftsman, as someone who has just like really really failed and then ultimately realized like, oh, don't make that mistake again. The next time, do it this way. Y- there's a certain amount of humility I believe you have to have. And I think it's really important to have these conversations because in the in the contemporary especially online and social media space, where frankly, as much as we want to deny this, this is where we as a society we exist now. We exist on our phones, on our computers, and we're not existing in these spaces where we're working together and we're collaborating and we're teaching one another and we're the only time that happens is when you're in an industry where you have to physically be with people working together. And that increasingly has been changing, more and more rapidly year after year, especially given the last couple years. So being in this classroom setting to me was very familiar feeling and also very intimidating because I hadn't been in that space in a long time, like over a decade. And I really like the academic experience. Like I enjoy when you're in a room with people who genuinely want to learn.
Mm.
And there's always been a competitiveness, right? Uh, I think maybe we could get to a place where that doesn't exist. But if you live in a place that's doing standardized testing, we're going to do ABC grading, whatever the case may be. You're always going to look at your peer on the table next to you and say, "Oh, I did better than them. I'm smarter," or "They did better than me.
And
Well, how did I fuck up?"
by the way, for that competition to emerge in the first place, and you were talking a little bit about this earlier, the experience itself is very humbling, right? You are kind of taken down a notch to this level where you can then start perhaps competing in this friendly way with people who are working next to you. And yeah, I appreciate that spirit of being open to learning, which means being humble first and foremost. And it it can be challenging in the first place, but it's a very very rewarding experience ultimately, I think.
It is, and I think again, I'll just go back to how like I felt like I had failed in the process where I'm looking at the guy next to me and on his bench, on his workbench. So this is the thing about watchmaking in general is that especially if you're studying the mechanisms and how they come apart, it's like you have to be very meticulous and organized. So I'm like looking at the guy next to me and he's like pulling all the components off the he's taking the plates off, he's taking the screws off, and he's arranging them like very, very meticulously on his bench. And I'm pulling the components off, and I'm just like, oh, cool, I got it off the main plate. I just put it aside. But then you look at this hodgepodge of like, oh, well, what part is what? Like, if you're not used to seeing all this stuff, what do you do?
Yeah,
in
yeah.
that
It's similar to
situation?
like ripping apart a car. Like whenever you take off the pieces, at least whenever I would do something like that, is you take one piece and you put it all in order of how you took it off. That way, whenever you put it back on, it's all in order of how it's supposed to go back on. Although, I mean, I'm not super familiar with servicing movements or taking apart movements, but I'm sure it's like something similar. Then obviously you want to
Aiden,
lubricate everything.
you've already expressed that you know the secret, right? Like, so when you take like you've taken apart components of an automobile.
Yeah, and then I've built like a couple motorcycles and things like that. I've always liked tinkering things put together. Computers are really easy. I've put together maybe 20-ish PCs, and I like tinkering with stuff.
Dude, you could do it, man. Like, I generally believe like that, like whatever you have, the skill set that you have that says, hey, when I disassemble this transmission, or like when I take this flexible shaft apart, like whatever the case may be, I need to put the bearings and the screws and the components in this order so that when they go back together, I'm not missing something.
Exactly. Yeah. What's up,
If you,
Basil's Beezels? How's it going? I just saw him in the chat there.
yeah, no,
But
Basil, what's up, man?
we've got, let's see, Jake there. Yeah. John, the whole chat.
Why be? I think you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. Thank you.
Did you
Look,
visit Basil when you were in the
I could
Northeast?
not. But I was apologizing to him just now. He was one of the participants. I was saying, I'm sorry you didn't win, but there are 3 more watches, so hopefully you'll try your luck again. And
he might get the draw. You never know.
Maybe.
I got to meet Basil at Watch Time. That was a really
You
really
did.
yeah, it was a great experience. We got to hang out.
Great, man. He's a very nice guy as well, and he was very generous to share some of his collection here on the channel. So let me just share the link with that.
Oh, I remember he did the SD43, right? He unboxed that.
Mm-hmm.
Basil, you still got that, man? That's on my short list.
Well, you wanna buy it from him?
No. You know, I can only buy from the AD. That's like, it's like.
But yeah, so in that picture there, that guy standing next, what is that exactly? That he's standing next to? That's like a bigger watch movement type
Looks
thing.
like
Or
a
what
clock.
Yeah, that's a serious clock.
Basil.
I think it's in his. It must have been in his workshop. I haven't been in his workshop / manufacturer, so I don't recognize it. But that's the kind of thing that you see in a museum, man. It's
It
I
looks like
like
it
that
has
sort
like
of
a moon
authenticity.
and a sun and like the central axis. So like it's got a standard Roman, like a skeletonized like standard Roman dial. But then in the center there's a moon and then a sun on this spindle that looks like
Mhm.
it would be kind of like, that's where you would imagine the hour and minute hands to be.
I think that is an hour and minute hand, but it's also a striking watch. I mean, no pun intended, right? It does have a bell connected
Dude,
to
that's
it.
crazy with the hammer. That's
Yeah.
wild.
So it probably strikes at the top of the hour as well, accordingly.
So Lord, I have to ask you, like, this
Yes,
type
sir.
of horology, like, because to me the scale, like, I'm more familiar with the scale of the components he's standing next to. And like there was this guy I started following on Instagram, Click Spring. I don't
Mm,
know if you guys have ever seen him, but he's like a clockmaker, and
okay.
he's like a machinist clockmaker, and you see him take these as far as watchmaking scale goes to, like way bigger components, and he machines them, and he does this whole process of like, how do I turn this plate of brass into a gear that then, and that to me has been like super fascinating. And I've been intrigued in that idea of like, instead of, well, let me try to make a watch, well, what it's like, let me try to make a clock, like on
Right.
a bigger scale.
Actually, I mean, there are two reasons that can be exciting for you. One, I think when you start looking at clocks, having come from the perspective of wristwatches, you realize how much the history of the watch, of the pocket watch, of the wristwatch is actually enmeshed in this larger history of the machine as such, and the automata, all these different things that people have been working on in the Enlightenment era, 18th century, 19th century. So it's very exciting. But also, with the kind of designer you are, I think that might be, with the knowledge that you also built from basic watchmaking classes, that might be maybe a more interesting medium for you to express something, because again, it's another kind of skill, it's another kind of art. But the fact that wristwatches are so minute, I think might require a certain skill set, which I'm not sure if you can cultivate it after a certain age, but people have. So nothing is impossible, of course.
Right. I actually, I think of what Mad Gallery has done, like what Max has done with his gallery, where he's the watchmaker, he was the engineer, he was in Switzerland, he worked for JLC, Harry Winston, started his own brand, the whole deal, but ultimately he wound up opening this art gallery.
Mhm.
And some of the artists that are represented in his gallery do timekeeping mechanisms, but on a scale that is way beyond what a watch would be. And I think, like, if we're going to talk about niche, we're going to talk about like niche, like watchmaking, like, I mean, that's like hyper niche. If you can make a timekeeping mechanism or artwork or whatever it is that you can mount on the wall, and it's a piece of it's a decorative thing, it's something that I think that, especially with all the new interest that we see in younger people getting into collecting watches, why wouldn't
Mhm.
these people who also have you know apartments, homes, why wouldn't they also want a beautiful decorative timekeeping sculpture on their wall?
I was also going to say, it's a relatively recent category, but now in the GPHG there is a mechanical clock prize, which went to this insane piece by Van Cleef Arpels. But it's not, again, nothing is impossible. But there was an entire category with let's see what the entries were, um, for and not the entries, the nominated pieces, which is something different, and sometimes that can be confusing about the GPHG. So I do recognize that, and I do apologize for just indulging in that confusion myself. But this was it. And Van Cleef Arpels had won, even though they had pretty interesting entries.
Yeah, I mean, look at that thing. I mean, just imagine making that, taking raw material and trying to make that object.
Yeah, I guess when you have the entire design, you can aspects of it, you can collaborate with other specialists, unless you are kind of the flageolet type where you have to, smelt your own shit.
Yeah, that guy's insane, man. Like that what was when you see him
Admirable,
making,
admirable.
it's so amazing.
And by the way, I mean, the very reason we were able to look at that process is thanks to Waco and Revolution Watch. So I do want to recognize that, and please do check out. You can find it pretty easily on YouTube. I think it's a 3-part documentary that Waco and the Revolution Watch magazine did on De Béthune, which does involve an entire part where they step into Denis Flageolet's own, personal workshop. That's part of the manufacture, of course. But yeah, that's an interesting point that you made, St. Peter, because ultimately, of course, people who collect watches are collectors, period. A lot of people who collect watches usually collect/hoard at least one other thing. I also know that collectors love, getting horologically related gifts, from more immediately connected things like watch straps, watch boxes, to posters, vintage advertisements, books. People love getting into that kind of stuff. And like you said, why not also pieces that express the craft in a slightly different medium and that perhaps have some sort of timekeeping functions, but are primarily works of art and sculptural objects than simply clocks or watches. I think that's an interesting genre, and it won't be exhausted by these ultra expensive pieces or the mad galleries either. So there is a niche there for sure.
Like, I feel like it would be cool to just make like a scaled up tourbillon. Like you make it like a times 10 scale. Just like if you could somehow figure out a way to just like, and you just see this like tourbillon like spinning, like you figure out a way where it's like, yeah, it's this escapement that's supposed to regulate the timekeeping, but just being able to see it at that scale for people to see it, because it still is this thing that, I understand, especially newbies who haven't really immersed themselves in the genre, the hobby for a while, they don't really know what it is. But there's so many conversations with, pretty high profile people where they're like, oh, the tourbillon, oh, it doesn't do anything. They're like, it's pointless. Like it's like, no, actually it has a point. Like it, like you always hear this conversation about like, oh, it's a complication that you pay a lot of money for, but it doesn't really do anything. And I'm like, why is that even part of the narrative? Like it is a mechanism that has been designed to perform a very specific function.
Right. I mean, look, you are touching, you're pulling at my heartstrings at this point, because it's one of my pet peeves. I mentioned it to you, I think, in personal conversation as well. But one of the things that frustrates me to no end about this space in particular is where people have memorized 2 or 3 bits of information, 2 or 3 crumbs of knowledge, which they repeat endlessly. And I think it's one of those things that they pick up as the common sense that they then end up repeating. Like, tourbillon is a useless complication. Well, actually, to mansplain it, as
Right.
the youngins
Right.
like to say, well, actually, it performed, like you said, a very specific kind of function for pocket watches, right? Which spent most of their lifetime, most of their time used in the pocket of a waistcoat in a very particular position. So, in fact, that was a chronometric complication that allowed that watch to remain precise even when it was kept for the most part in the pocket, or even it could have been also on a desk, on a table, or in a drawer even, right? As long as it's wound up and functioning.
Which in the drawer is like, that's most likely where it's going to be.
Right. And it could be independent of its particular position. It would actually still keep accurate time. And that's by the way, why your chronometer certified watch, or why your contemporary well-adjusted, well-regulated watch usually will advertise you and even have it inscribed on its very movement, adjusted in 5 positions or adjusted in 6 positions, because how that caliber is placed and is positioned actually, if it's not a well-regulated watch, affect its precision. It's actually, yeah, a tourbillon is aesthetically pleasing to look at, but it has a very specific function, and it has it actually has a very long-standing history. Man.
Aiden, what do you think? Any comment?
Yeah, I mean, that thing that's up there now, that's not something that really stands out to me that that I would like personally. It looks kind of like more like an Eiffel Tower kind of thing. Not that it's not
You mean
cool,
this?
but yeah. Oh, it's kind of interesting. I know we were talking about like kind of piecing things together with bigger pieces of metal. One thing, I actually did do a video on it, but there's this guy named Bob Dylan. He pieced together all these metal pieces and made like this. It's not a clock or anything, but these guys are piecing together stuff. So it's just like a gate, and he has like this whiskey called Heaven's Door whiskey. And if you look at the front of the bottle of the whiskey, that's like the Bob Dylan. He actually made those actual gates in real life, and I believe they sold for like $500,000 or something crazy or something like that to some museum. But anyway.
This was, by the way, the winner of that mechanical clock prize by Van Cleef Arpels. I think it goes by maybe 4 or 5 million francs or something, some outrageous price tag, but it's certainly an incredible object.
Jeez, how do you put that together? Especially if it's like hand done or something rather than machine.
Certainly, it's not. I don't think it was one artisan. Let's put it like that. I think that's an entire workshop's accomplishment.
And it has has some lacquer on it. I wonder how durable that lacquer is long term. I'm really curious because I've seen that being used in watches and things like that.
And it happens to be urushi lacquer, so not sure if it was actually done in Japan, because I have heard that that's a technique that people adapted in other parts of the world, having taken it from Japan. But all these stones that were used, all these it's actually price including VAT. I love it's just a range. Aiden, what do you think about that?
5 to 10 million.
I have this pen for you. It might be $5, it might be $10. Ask me tomorrow.
Yeah, I think what they should do is just put contact us for price, or like price subject to change or something like that.
Well, I think on their own website it's probably that, but since they had to submit it for competition, probably they had to be a little more specific than price upon request.
Yeah.
But
because the other sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I'm kind of dealing with this with like the housing market right now. So all this housing stock, it comes onto the market and they list, there's like an asking price, right? They're like, all right, we're listing our home for this value. and you can make an offer, right? So like the obvious thing to do is be like, oh well, I'll offer a little bit less because they can always counter offer. But if there's a lot of interest in whatever the particular property is, if you come in low, they're just going to be like, oh, this guy's like. But I'm looking at it wondering like, well, if you like, let's just like for round numbers sake, let's say it's $500,000, right? If you're like, well, I know my home is worth $600,000, why would you list it for $500,000? You would list it for 600. Like if someone's going to offer you like that price, like why would you so this to me is like, it's just completely boggling. Like, I don't understand it. It's like, do you immediately come in saying, oh, I really want this thing, I'm going to pay you more than what you're asking for it, right? Because in the watch world, that because of how rapidly the transactions happen, it's like you would never do that, right? Because there's a type of if it's a non-date 2022 Submariner, like, okay, that's what people pay for that. But if you're buying a unique work of art or a one-of-a-kind thing or a physical property that it only exists in this one place and there's all these outside variables, like how do you define what the cost of that is? And I think in the auction circuit, and I think in a lot of these places where there are these very, very limited timepieces, it's a similar kind of thing. They could have an estimate for what the bid is, but they know it's going to be much higher than that.
Yeah. Now these items that are up here, I mean, to me, if you're going to buy this, I mean, this would be, or if you're going to sell it, it's got to be really, really hard to sell. So if you buy it and you want to get out of it, I don't know how you're going to get out of these pieces.
No, I mean, that's, at that price range, I think people, I don't know. It's like people are buying it for their castles, that are, themselves worth, I guess, even the taxes they pay might be in millions of dollars just for the upkeep of that castle, of that, put the possession of that castle. I don't know, it's not something that you will try to sell off anytime soon. Maybe generations later, or maybe even one generation later in an auction. But yeah, I'm not sure you would try to get out of the Van Cleef & Arpels mechanical clock worth possibly $10 million.
I feel like if you're buying this thing for 10 million, it's like 10 million is just, I mean, what's that? That's like going out to like dinner, right? Like, I mean, like seriously, like if you're buying this thing for like 10 million bucks, like
it's I want to ask this, like just to kind of, I mean, we are men. Usually what we do is we do something horrible, we make a mistake, and to make amends, to ask for forgiveness, we might buy a little gift. I wonder what the gentleman has done to get his wife this $5 million water fountain looking mechanical clock. I mean, what, like for what was Archie's favorite place? Four floors of horrors or something.
Oh yeah, what was that place? I heard about that recently, but I forget the story. But were they actually working girls, or?
Yes, they were working women, I think. Yes, I haven't.
And did the rates change as you walked up? Was it like a fifth floor when you're like, it's a fifth floor walk up? Like,
nice.
Does it get cheaper?
No, maybe the opposite, St. Peter.
As you go, yeah.
Maybe it's a value judgment. If you are stacked higher, it means that you are worth more. Hey, who knows? Who knows?
But in this price range, I'd be looking at more of, if it's decoration type stuff, more of like famous paintings and stuff like that, from maybe even somewhat of more well-known artists. That's what I would go for.
I was talking about this the other night. The New York Times wrote an article about a Giacometti lamp. I believe it was a lamp, or it was like, it wasn't just like a Giacometti sculpture or painting, although the artist is, who is a high modernist icon, of the modern art era. Alberto Giacometti. Um, Post-war, he had these really beautiful pre-war work. He was this interesting artist that was around the same time that he had work that existed before the war and after the war. And this is the post-war work. So when you look at the pre-war Giacometti stuff, it's like these marble statues they don't look like they're burnt, right? They're all clean, and like they're carved, and they're really meticulous. And like a lot of his post-war work had this like super svelte, like skeletal, but like the texture that the bronzes
Mhm.
produced looked like, almost like, oh, it looks like it's burnt, right? And I don't know if that's what the historians talk about, but for me, when I look at this, that's what that looks like to me.
Well,
And
historians, I mean, there are two reasons I pulled this up. One is because this is the one that I'm most intimate with, since it is in the Norton Simon, and I go there pretty often, sometimes just to look at the Giacometti or the Henry Moores.
nice.
So that's one reason. And two, people have said that his post-war work has a lot to do with Auschwitz and the images that has emerged there, and the kinds of testimonies that surfaced after the experience of the Holocaust. He himself had denied that, so I'm not gonna necessarily push that narrative, but it does resonate with the description that you have just given
Maybe a
from a
little
more
bit of
technical
maybe a
perspective.
little bit of propaganda there, like if he's saying, okay, well, that's not really it, but other people are like, he denies it, but actually that's what it is. It's a little forced.
Yeah, so I mean, this is the description that Norton Simon gives, anyways. Although Giacometti made his name as a member of the Surrealist Circle, as St. Peter just shared, during the 1920s and 1930s, in the wake of the Second World War, his work took an abrupt turn as he began producing the gaunt, elongated figures for which he is best remembered today. And they shared here a full frontal picture, but you would see from the profile, this is such a slender figure that it almost disappears from view. I'm only exaggerating a little bit.
Right.
Describing his post-war approach, the sculptor remarked rather, all is transformed into a tensely stretched form, which always seems to me a kind of extremely restrained violence. Giacometti nevertheless rejected speculation that seemingly starved, charred bodies like the one depicted here were intended as a response to recently published photographs, recently at the time, of course, of concentration camp victims. He pointed instead to ancient Egyptian funerary sculpture, hieratic figures frozen mid-stride, as the prime source of inspiration for his monumental revenants.
Yeah, it's so fascinating to read that in retrospect, because I feel like my description of how the work changed in itself was influenced. Like someone told me this narrative, and they were like, "Oh, but look at his work before this period of time, and look at his work
Mm.
after this period of time."
Can
And
you drop a link for his surrealist work or
yeah,
pre-war
I have
work
to,
so I
and
can share?
I have to look it up. Bear with me. I will dig it
Of
up
course.
as we chat. So I know the one thing that I am familiar with, and it's at the Louis Kahn, the Yale Art Gallery building.
Mm.
There, it's like a marble statue that, so like the figure has always been this theme, and it's like a vertical figure, but the surface quality, like what you see, is just, it's so different than these bronzes. Sorry, Bear with me a second. I'm pulling this up.
Of course, take your time, man. And yeah, in the meantime, maybe since Thomas is asking for it as well, let me try to find a view from the side, which again, of course, will not substitute for actually being in the same space with something like this, because truly, I mean, that's what sculpture does, by the way. I mean, it's not just a material object in and of itself. It is an intrusion into that space that transforms the entire space for you, and shifts your experience of that space. So this is how they display it in Norton Simon, but we still have a rather frontal piece. But let's see another one that's called The Walking Man, which sold for 104.3
Yeah,
million.
the walking ones are some of his most iconic ones. So I found the sculpture. I found a bronze version that I feel like I've seen in let's see. I feel like I've seen this in marble before. I'll drop it in the private chat here.
This is another piece called Tall Figure number 2, whereas that was Tall Figure number 4 that we were just showing. But this kind of gives you how slender they are. Did you just drop it in the chat?
Yeah, I did. I put it in the private chat. So that's a bronze, but I feel like I saw one of those in white marble, or like a lighter color. Yeah, actually, here's one. This is like a Gagosian. I'll drop another one. I don't know if it's bronze or stone or not.
Well, by the way, you probably know this, but just for the edification of our audience, a lot of times the work in bronze, in a lot of artists, I don't know about Giacometti's corpus necessarily, but it's a relatively less laborious and costly way of reproducing what you already have. That's what Henry Moore did, and it was an occasion for him to sometimes even give away some of his creations for public spaces, for exhibition, and simply setting up in public space. So it might be that the original is marble and then it was replicated in bronze. I don't know.
So I'm pretty convinced that the last link that I put, yeah, see that 35. So I sent another link in there in the last chat, and I'm pretty sure this was the piece. And I just remember seeing this and being like, man, that is so different than those really highly textured figures. And, when you look at the dates, it's like, okay, so this piece, the invisible object, right? Like this was 34 to 35.
And this is plaster. Yeah, you see, I think, yeah, he worked out the mold, and then it was just cast in different materials, right?
I assume that's what the case is, but I see a continuity in the aesthetic, right? Like I see, oh yeah, this actually kind of looks like those other things, but man, do they look different. Like when you look at those other sculptures where it's like either with the lost wax process with that bronze casting, it was either clay or like physically wax that was being manipulated by hand or carved away by hand. And you kind of see that like in those other sculptures, right? Like you see like either it's like thumbprints or it's tool marks of like carving away, but it is nowhere near as smooth and fussed over as these things. Like at some point in time, I think he kind of let go and said, I'm going to be more free in the process. And to me, what's beautiful about that is you look at all these surfaces and how smooth they are, and it communicates a certain thing. But those other things that are all kind of rough and mangled on the surface, their silhouette is just as evocative. Like it does the exact same thing. But when you think about it from the perspective of an artist, it's like, well, if I don't have to sand down the surface or carve it or smooth it out, I could just like with my hands just mash it all together, like give it to the foundry and say, make 20 bronzes. Like that to me is a beautiful idea, right? Like just you get the pure concept there, like, so I appreciate the fact that this concept, and I don't know, it's like it makes me wonder now why that narrative has been told, like, oh, okay, like it's an artist who has work that had a similar aesthetic before the war and after the war, and that may just be something that was like this fabricated thing that came out of art criticism, right? Like it could be like a whole fake thing that is just like,
Yeah, I mean, look, I as much as I hate trying to fit, a square piece into a round slot, I also don't want to dismiss outright, right? Because intention is not be all and all of the meaning of an artistic object, whether we are talking about a sculpture, a painting, or even a text. And even though I can, especially now that you described it, I can see the continuities. There can always be more than one point of departure and more than one influence at work in the creation of an artist. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily endorse that reading either. On the other hand, if people have a compelling argument to present, I wouldn't want to dismiss it outright either. I mean, we just a random example. Hegel, for example, centuries he was read in the abstract for this master and slave dialectic, right? And then some obscure professor from Cornell came out with a substantiated and well-proven argument that the dude was actually reading about the Haitian Revolution, and then you cannot deny the fact that the whole narrative of the slave winning over the master had something to do with what he was reading in terms of contemporary events and in terms of the metaphysically shattering revolution people had erupted in the Caribbean and had changed the course of history by doing so. So
I can't help but be fascinated by that, and I continue to not, like, I've had a hard time making my way through C.R. Lawrence's book, like the or is it C.R.L. Lawrence or what? No, sorry.
no,
Or
CLR James
C.R.L. James.
has a piece
Yeah.
called
The
Black Jacobins.
Jacobins. You're right.
But
Sorry.
I was actually talking about a more recent book that basically takes it even one step further, called Hegel, Haiti and Universal History by Susan Bach-Morse. But anyway, so if someone
was that in response, just out of curiosity? So that author, had they already
that's a
read?
much more recent book. It's not a direct response to CLR James, but I don't think it could have existed if it weren't for CLR James's Black Jacobins.
Nice.
But yeah, I will just drop the title in the chat here, in the super chat, in the private chat.
Are you familiar with, just out of curiosity, not to get too down the rabbit hole, but Gerald Horne's work?
No, I'm not actually.
All right, next time I'll tell you about that. Next time.
All right, shall we talk about? I mean, as interesting as this conversation is, and we do have a very patient audience, I do want to pick your brains about the new AP releases, because we didn't get a chance to talk about. Aiden was really excited about them too, I know, so we can kind of do that. I did a little short which will prove a handy reference, with reference numbers and even with with some of the prices as well, the list prices, but we don't have to confine ourselves with that. I will go hunt for other pictures when you when you want to look at a different aspect of the watch, you want to highlight something, just ask me and I will pull up whatever you need. But I wanted to start with this piece actually, which is the mid-sized 37 millimeter Royal Oak South Winding in 18 karat yellow gold with the turquoise dial. What do you think, Aiden? Are you still there?
I'm still here, and I absolutely love that piece. I think it's I think they knocked it out of the park. I like the dial. I like the gold. I like the size is pretty nice for being gold. It's going to be a little heavier, so you got 37. So I think that works. I just think that everything about it is pretty nice. I mean, who wouldn't want that on their wrist?
I mean, I think the type of person who doesn't want this on the wrist is the type of person who's adverse to a yellow or a warm color metal on the wrist in general.
Okay.
And I think that's probably the only person who doesn't want that on the wrist, because it's a Royal Oak, it's 37. Yeah, okay, if you're a larger person, that might be small, but the reality is the integrated bracelet case, a 37 Royal Oak wears like a 40, right? Or potentially even larger than that. And it's got the real turquoise dial, not turquoise blue lacquer dial, like literally a piece of turquoise stone on the dial.
Yeah.
And this combination of yellow and turquoise, and now I've been dragging my feet saying that's the jewelry I want to make. It's like, if only I had more time to do it. Like I really believe the contrast.
Well,
Between
I wanna say also, Saint Peter, because of both, what both of you guys highlighted. One, I think this is the kind of piece that has more of a jewelry like quality, not only because of the material, but also perhaps because of the size, right? The fact that it is actually in the reduced size, I think makes it perhaps more appealing in gold because of the heft. Because also, I think smaller watches in precious metal to me are more attractive, are more delicate, are more elegant. That's just my opinion, but I think also this sort of watch, in terms of both accessibility and desirability, would probably be on someone's radar who already has one of these steel stunners, as Archie used to call them, right? Who already has probably either a Nautilus or a Royal Oak in stainless steel and is looking for something different. And that's the other aspect of it, right? Especially when you mentioned jewelry, St. Peter. There are plenty of jewelry and jewelry-like objects and accessories that combine white metals with turquoise. And here, they basically took what is already hype, both in the jewelry space and in the luxury watch space, and executed it in different materials, and came up what I think is a winning recipe. 18 karat yellow gold rather than stainless steel or even white gold or platinum. A turquoise dial that is actually a nice slice of the semi-precious stone and not just a piece that's created either through lacquer or some galvanizing process. And it is absolutely stunning.
it is
It's a stunner. It's a
breathtaking.
freaking stunner. It's a grand slam out of the park. Everybody's getting home. Stunner.
It seems
That's what it
easy.
is.
It seems easy, right? But nobody else did it. Like it seems easy. Like, okay, yeah, there's those like stone dial day dates, but now we're in this era where that fucking lock style platinum day date that sold at auction, that was what, $300,000, $250,000. Like
Mhm.
this watch, people today, like on Watch Internet, people were speculating, oh, it's only 62,000, which is just complete bullshit because like you can't buy this at the store. Like you got to be super VIP to get access to this. My guess, and I'm just really curious to see what happens in the market, but like I think it's a $350,000 watch. That's my guess. That might be absurdly inflated, but I decided to go there because I think this move, and this is a bigger part of the conversation about all these releases with AP, is like I genuinely believe that they listened to a lot of the complaints about the code, right? The code has been revised in a way where it's more palatable. It's less abrasive. And I think the Royal Oak, which has been the one trick pony that they're gonna milk that as long as they can, the gravy train of the Royal Oak. And it makes sense to say, what can we do with a Royal Oak? How can we make what basically is kind of a boring, exactly, like Rolex has been doing this for how many years has it been that they've been doing the same thing? But because it's a Royal Oak, and because 43, so all right, so Rolex is doing, they're giving you the same watch with, like a bracelet, probably a little bit cheaper to make, but you got diamonds and you have a day, not only a date, but you have a day complication. And it's, what was the price on that? It was 40 or
45,300.
45 compared to the AP, which was 61.5
Yeah.
with no day complication and no diamonds.
So
Just
which one would you get if they? Oh, let's just pretend they were the same price. Which one would you get? The Rolex or the Auto Mars Pigwet? What would you
I
get?
mean, I'm a sucker for the case design of the AP, so
Yeah.
I'm going AP. But that's not
I
to
would
say
get
that
the Automad Piglet. Yes, that's
I'm
the
going
Automad Piglet.
Ordemer's Prigley.
Would you pay extra to get the AP? Would
Fuck
you pay
no.
the
Look, I
extra?
mean, like you said, one to one, no question. If it was list price to list price, which is 45,000 and change for the day 36, 61,000 and change for the 15550, I would still go with the Piglet.
Yeah, well, some people are poor and they can only afford to buy a diamond encrusted turquoise dial solid gold Rolex day date, as opposed to a non-diamond encrusted.
Exactly.
Like, listen, this to me, like today, my experience with all these AP releases today is one of the first things that I saw was like my SA, who like doesn't sell AP,
Right.
but they posted this watch and I'm pretty sure they were wearing it. And so somehow, because of their industry connections, like they had it on the wrist, they were at one of the events in the city where they were, and they were like, I love this. Like, this is amazing. And I was like, holy shit. That was the first time I saw this watch, was that it was like the person who I do business with. And like, Waco, he teased the AP releases a day or two ago. He was like,
Yeah.
guys, I'm at Le Brassus. This is amazing. I can't wait to share this. And it just, this is how it works, right? Like everyone
Well,
gets.
can I before we get carried away though, I do want to point out one difference from the Rolex day date.
Mhm.
That is actually working, I think, objectively for Audemars Piguet beyond the complication. Now, of course, yes, the day date has the day wheel as an arc at 12 o'clock and whatever else. It does have those enlarged Roman numerals that are diamond encrusted, like you said. But there is a kind of distilled simplistic, more pure beauty to this dial that is, except for the semi-precious stone itself, pretty unadorned. The only
It,
script on
it's
it
reminiscent of the
is
old day dates where there was no print on the dial. It was just
right.
like,
Not even index markers. In fact, a lot of the semi-precious
exactly.
stone day dates. But yes, in this you just have the brand Audemars Piguet, and then you have Swiss made, and you don't have any other script, any other writing, any other complication at all. Just the date indicator with a background that tries to match the shade of the dial and thus tries to also disappear into the background itself.
Listen, I mean, as just this person who's like constantly like I geek out over wood grain, stone grain, like all these natural materials, and turquoise. Yes, it pairs super well with white metals, but when you put a yellow metal on that stone, that contrast, the contrast that you get here is, it's just it's just stunning. Like I don't know what else to say. Like the yellow metal next to this like kind of blue green stone, it just makes it shine in a way that I think white metal it just doesn't do. You know, um, and I don't know why that is that I think that. I don't know why I think somehow the yellow is better.
The funny thing is, technically, at least in the catalog and on the website, Rolex has it exclusively for yellow gold too, which is very interesting, right? You know how they shied away from what
Giving you
seems
the
to
option.
be
Yeah.
given, right? What seems to be given to match it with the white metal. What everyone else does.
And in just thinking about it critically for that one moment, we now have realized AP's just following Rolex.
Well, I mean, if you want to play the devil's advocate, and I'm a Rolex fanboy, I'm happy to go with that narrative.
Yeah, why not?
But still, I think look, the way I interpreted this earlier was that yes, they are in the business of moving units. Yes, they're in the business of selling watches. Yes, they're riding on the wave of the 50th anniversary they just celebrated, and they are following the hype for this particular color. But they did it in a way that no one else did with this whole Tiffany blue craze. On the other hand, you're presenting a very legitimate angle, which is like, hey, from far away in an abstracted sense, this does share a lot with the Day-Date 36 that can be gotten in turquoise dial and in 18 karat yellow gold.
See, I think my frustration, the reason why I keep going back to Rolex is that and like Tim Masso, he did like a whole video about these underrated Rolex no one's talking about right now. And he was like, they're in the 36 size, they're stone dials, and they have gem set indexes. And it's like, oh my God, like that's why people are not talking about them.
Right.
Because it's a diminutive size from what certain self-conscious male buyers are in the marketplace for. So
Right.
you're already like, okay, you're selling to like already you're like, oh, I'm going niche. Then you're like, I'm going stone dial, so there's a premium on that. It's like not only can you go just a regular stone dial, but it's like if you want this stone dial, you have to buy diamonds also.
Right.
And
Can I also add something, like the way you went about it to count all these things, right? It's just too much in today's market, according to the contemporary mainstream taste. It's three strikes, literally.
Right.
It's
Three strikes, you're out.
It's small size because it's a Day-Date 36. It's a semi-precious stone dial, which some people might associate more with jewelry rather than a certain kind of elegance as a part of a masculine piece of jewelry. And then you also have gem setting, which is literally three strikes and out for the mainstream male audience, even though there are all sorts of different people coming into the watch space these days. I mean, have you seen Bad Bunny and the kind of pieces he wears?
Oh my, I love Bad Bunny. Not only do I love his style, like I actually really like the artwork that he makes. Like I genuinely believe like he is a very I think he's a very unique creative mind, like in art. And you know, maybe he's being influenced by producers. I don't really know because I haven't done that deep dive on Bad Bunny per se, but I do know that the work that he's released to the public has become phenomena. Like, I mean, it's like his music has completely changed the reggaeton, like the contemporary reggaeton pop space. And the fact that he's coming out there wearing weird masks and shit, like all this like weird fashion accessories that are kind of like not really popular, and also wearing gem set, integrated bracelet, full solid gold Patek, you know, weird shit that no one wants to buy, to me is so fucking cool. I'm like, that is dope. And the people who I see in the watch collecting space acknowledging that are the like the dime pieces, you know, like the it's like the spaces where women there, it's either women who are like, yeah, all this macho shit is boring as fuck and it's been done to death for the past 20 years, or it's vintage spaces where for the past 10 or 15 years they've had to watch everyone be so obsessed with the most boring, banal, and played out stuff, and now all of a sudden, because the case sizes are coming back down to earth, you know, we're moving in a direction where, you know, the gentleman's timepiece is, it doesn't have to be an offshore. Like you could wear the 36 or 37 mil Royal Oak, and that actually there's more taste in that. Like you're actually gonna be cooler for doing that. Even though that thing, I love the ceramic brick.
Well, let's talk about that next, so we can vary the conversation a little bit, and I do want to again benefit from your mind and from your opinion. So I will stop when that comes. That is basically a recreation of the 25721 ST, which designed by Emmanuel Guillet came out in 1993 as kind of a modernized take on the Royal Oak, which was quite a modern watch to begin with, but that's beside the point. So this is the 30th anniversary version of the Beast, an AP Royal Oak offshore chronograph, executed here wholly in black ceramic. What do you think? What do you think, St. Peter?
Listen, I've never really been into this. I mean, I kind of like the idea of like the solid gold or the solid platinum version of this watch, and I think it's because of its materiality. So I know that, you know, Genta, when this design first came out, he was like, oh, like it, and I kind of have been in agreement with that, where it's like, how dare you just take my design and fluff it up, right? And that's kind of like what it looks like to me. It looks like you took the original Royal Oak design and you plugged in a bike pump and you just over pumped it, right? And it just get fatter and fatter, and it, you know, like the shape just ballooned. Like the sharpness, the crispness, the low profile quality of the Royal Oak, it's all lost in the offshore. Like it just looks like it's swollen. Like it looks like you took a Royal Oak and you just beat it, and it's the day after when it's just inflated from that pummeling that you gave it. When I look at that, that's what I see. And it's hard for me not to see that, because what the beauty of the aesthetic of the Genta design bracelet are these flat links that are not curved, they're not bulbous, they have a flat surface on them, and when your wrist rolls in the light and it articulates, the light bounces off it. Now the Royal Oak design, or sorry, the offshore design, every link and every intermediate link, it follows the same design continuity in terms of it being like this kind of, it's like a H-link design with these two intermediate links in the center, but they're not flat on the surface. They're all curved. Like everything is bulbous about it. Like every link, every intermediate link has curvature to it. So like right there, you could see it. Every single one of those links is rounded. None of them are flat. So it does reflect the light in its own kind of unique way, but it doesn't do it the way that the Royal Oak does.
Mm-hmm.
And so it just has never, to me, it's like it's never said like I must have this. Like it's so beautiful, I must have it. It's always kind of been like, oh, it's a thicker, fatter, rounder version of the Royal Oak.
Kind of sounds like the contemporary age in a certain way. To be completely politically correct about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it has more water resistance. Like that, I think is like actually worth mentioning, because that's a weak point of the Royal Oak design that I continue.
Absolutely.
I'm going to keep critiquing AP for that. You know, you're going to sell $25,000, $30,000 watch, and you only have, you know, 50 meters of water resistance in a steel case. Rolex is doing it for what, 7,000, 8,000? I don't know. It's, I mean, it's
yeah.
like,
Look, I mean, I do understand that it is, it is an aspect of the original design when it comes to the jumbo, right? Going back to the 50th anniversary model, which is 16202. So yeah, don't add crown guards and a screw down crown, but there has to be a way where they can sit that crown maybe slightly more flush to the case, to that right band of the case, and find a way from the perspective of technical innovation to pump that up to 100, 10 atmos,
yeah.
maybe
Listen, like
12, maybe 12,
a date,
what,
a date just
120.
a date just doesn't have crown guards. Okay, it's got a screw down crown, but it doesn't have crown guards. It's basically the same watch as this in terms of what you get on the dial, the mechanism. It's self-winding, three-hander, or sorry, this is just a two-hander. Datejust is three-hander with a date, and it's got a screw down crown. To get to 100 meters when you're in AP, you have to go so thick. Yeah, you lose there.
Pause.
I don't care. I don't care what anyone says. Like an offshore is not an elegant timepiece. I'm sorry. It's not. You know, the new codes, I think they're actually elegant. I think you can make an argument for them being elegant, but they have 30 meters of water resistance. So, you know, it's a watch that looks like it wants to be a sport watch, and it's $25,000, but like like a Daytona you could actually wear at the beach. Like you can't wear this at the beach. You can't go in the water with a code 1159.
Well, before we get to that again, I want to say a couple of things about the Royal Oak Offshore, essentially the 30th anniversary edition. I like the fact that they again pulled out what is mostly a faithful reproduction of the 1993 design, but executed in a material that has now become a signature for them. It's absolutely hyped, of course, and almost inaccessible. I mean, I think to get an AP in any ceramic, in any kind of complication, you really have to be very deep in their pockets already. But when it comes to this particular piece, that doesn't only have a black ceramic case, but in fact, an entire integrated bracelet in black ceramic, but also has the Petite Tapisserie again, replicating that earlier design. All the elements are again faithfully executed to the 25721, but done in a way that appeals to the contemporary AP customer. And look, people don't emphasize this enough. When the Royal Oak came out, it was basically taking a lot of lovely elements from the kind of watch Audemars Piguet was already known for, which was the ultra thin dress watch, right? So it had that sleek profile. It ran on what was already an ultra thin caliber. I mean, I won't I won't stop repeating this. I know it's beating a dead horse, but the JLC caliber 920 that beat inside these machines for 49 years, even though it was first designed in the second half of 1960s, to this day remains the thinnest self-winding movement with a full rotor. So they have refreshed that with this generation, and they have improved the power reserve from 40 hours to 54 plus, which is a great achievement. But again, the fact that it ran on an ultra-thin JLC caliber, preserved that sleek profile, the way it sat and wrapped around the wrist, it was in many ways a very faithful creation in AP's lineup in being a very sleek, elegant, and ultra thin dress watch like piece. It then combined that elements of that wearability, elements of that presentation with an ultra modernist and brutally industrialist aesthetic. I mean, the bracelet looks like an industrial conveyor belt more than anything, without even getting into the exposed bolts on the bezel and all the different facets of the sculpting of this piece. So it's hard to replicate a performance like that. So perhaps both of us, especially me, we are asking a little too much from Code 1159, perhaps, right?
I mean, like the 1159, and it's tough, right? Because they made so many big changes in this release. Like they added a type of texture to the dial. Like they went from like Arabic numerals to batons, loomed batons, non-loomed hands, loomed hands. The interesting combinations of fume. They introduced the stainless case. Also, I don't want to discredit what you said before about the ceramic, like the homage piece in the full ceramic. I actually really love that. It's
Right.
it's probably the one offshore that I'm like, there's two offshores that I actually am interested in. This one, and then just the standard diver, like the black steel diver on the rubber strap that didn't have a bracelet option. And it had the it was like the 10:30 or the 11 o'clock position. It had the internal bezel rotating knob up there, like that thing to me was really cool. And when they discontinued, I was like, what the fuck? Like, but
yeah. So one thing that I forgot saying before passing it on to you just now was right. So in many ways, the original Royal Oak, the Jumbo, was very much like a dress watch. So for them to update that design according to whatever aspiration in 1993, they had to create something that went too far in one direction or another. So they went into the supposedly sportier direction with the Beast, and it's not a direction I appreciate either. Don't take me wrong, but I understand why it had to be done in that way if you wanted to, quote unquote, mess with the Royal Oak in one way or another. I do like this, and I like, I had a chance to uh, mess around and try on the blue ceramic perpetual calendar piece in the Philips auction preview last December in
The
New
way
York.
the Waco's he wore
Yeah,
that
Waco
to the
apparently has one now. Yeah. And that's an amazing piece. Again, I'm telling you, I genuinely wanted to hate it because it is so hyped up. But it's hard not to, one, admire the very material and in the way it is used for an iconic design like this. Two, the way it is executed, just as any other material would be executed with all these contrasting facets. And three, the sheer lightness of it. It was just too much not to marvel at. So this piece, so the 30th anniversary, the Beast, AP Royal Oak Offshore Chrono, that one lists for 84,400.
Yeah, it's a lot. But hey,
What do you think of the jumbo in white gold and with the Tuscan dial?
I've always been very apprehensive about non-tapisserie dials, and even today, as I was, enamored and drooling over that turquoise dial, part of me was wondering, but man, if they could only carve a tapisserie pattern into that turquoise dial. And I'm very much so like a traditionalist in that sense with this design. The jumbo, I think, is really trying to hold on to like the core essence of what the Royal Oak was supposed to be. And I remember when they released that full platinum green dial Royal Oak like 2 years ago, or whenever that was, a year and a half or 2 years ago, my initial reaction was like, oh my God, full platinum Royal Oak, so cool. And it had this beautiful emerald green dial, and they were kind of part of that wave of all the green. Everyone was psyched on green at the time. And I just realized, what, I actually kind of I'm not like, it's kind of boring. Like, I want the tapisserie. That's one of the aspects of the design of the Royal Oak that keeps drawing me in. If you get rid of that, it's got to be something that's more interesting. And I guess I don't know, or I haven't educated myself enough about what that texture is to know if I think it's more interesting or not.
So speaking of platinum Royal Oaks and Tuscan dials, this was lot number 10 in the Royal Oak at 50 auction that Philips held in Geneva last year. And that was a 14802 PT in platinum with the Tuscan dial. Look, it is in many ways you're right to raise these sorts of objections about a different kind of Royal Oak that parts with the tapisserie dial. On the other hand, listen, you can make that kind of argument about even the other dial colors as well, because at the end of the day, when the watch was designed, Gerard Janta actually agonized pretty extensively and collaborated with the famous Sterns or Sterns, the Stern Frères, to get the exact design in the exact color at the end of a galvanizing process, which is the Bleu Nuit Nuage number 50. So, I do understand the slight discomfort always, but then again, these are pieces that are extremely limited at the end of the day, right? This is not necessarily replacing, not at all replacing, in fact, the 16202 ST, which is the regular production model, as exclusive as it is, and that will be in a much less limited number. I'm kind of excited again because of the kind of dork I am that this is a white gold one rather than platinum, because I know from the historical standpoint that the first prototypes were actually made in white gold rather than steel, because they had not yet pinned down the process and they were still working the kinks out of the process of making this watch in stainless steel. So the first prototypes they produced of the 5402, the first Royal Oak Jumbo, were in white gold. And the Shah of Iran was so smitten by one of those pieces, he ordered one on the spot after seeing the prototype, and ordered one, in fact, in white gold and not in stainless steel. So the very first Royal Oak that was ordered and that was delivered was a white gold one, even though it was designed as a stainless steel watch. So I like this, but again, God knows that there's chances are that I won't get near one anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big part of the allure of some of these like hyper iconic timepieces, especially when they're it's like a limited variation. It's only this kind is it draws a lot of attraction because of its uniqueness. It's not that it's necessarily pushing any boundary or really challenging the status quo. It's just, hey, we're going to make this super iconic design. We're going to put this dial on it. We're going to put it in this case metal. We're going to use this text font. Like, we've never done that before. And then all of a sudden you have like the community being like, oh my God, it's so cool, right? Like and that was exactly what my reaction to the yellow, gold, and turquoise model was, because there's nothing that's really groundbreaking about it. It just so happens that it is an icon of design, and it's a combination that I think speaks to the zeitgeist, certainly with regards to my taste. Like that was a piece that was like, yes, I want to see more of this. And I even, because I've been thinking about different pieces that I've wanted to make with a combination of yellow, gold, and turquoise. Like I actually recently just had a dream about a bracelet, like a bracelet that like has existed in my subconscious. Like I saw this in my dream, and it was yellow, gold, and turquoise. And that was just like a couple days ago. And now all of a sudden, like, oh, one of my favorite watch designs is rendered in the same finish. Like I can't help but think like, oh, it must be for a reason. But I don't think it's that complicated. I think that these cycles, these trends, you could see it with there's like this thing called trend forecasting, right? When like all these fashion brands and interior designers, architectural designers, there's a whole industry of people that are trying to essentially pitch what the aesthetic for next year or next season is going to be. And maybe it's a couple seasons in advance, but it's a whole industry, and it's about observing the trends. And then how do you, and you saw this like with the watch market and the green dial thing. Everyone was like, God, like eventually when the late latecomers were finally releasing their green watches, it was kind of like a joke, right? Because everybody had done it already. It's like,
Well, I would like to learn more about this forecasting procedure and see how much of it is kind of the procedure of a mentalist, right? Kind of a cold reading where they already know a lot of the people in these sorts of design by committee like situations, where they know that this is what they are going to be talking about this season in terms of the designs. So it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Because they have friends or acquaintances or knowledge, insider knowledge of these situations where people decide on what is going to be a trend in the first place. So I would love to know how much is it actually forecast and how much is it simply insider knowledge.
so I will admit this, that I'm holding on to this concept of trend forecasting from a couple years ago. I actually think now where we're at with social media and data collection, like tech, like big tech data collection, and the
Mm.
way that like any service you use, you have to click that terms of service kind of thing. Yeah, shout out to JB, man.
JB 999, thank you so much. Great show. Enjoying this talk. St. Peter and young Brando, thank you so much. An absolute bore. Nice to see you as well.
Love JB, man. Good guy.
And by the way, just to put that out there, this is 16202 BC, the new Royal Oak Jumbo that they introduced in the 50th anniversary. Of course, we're in the 51st anniversary now, so no longer that's a special rotor, but hey, not much of a loss. With the Tuscan dial in 18 karat white gold, this piece lists for 78,300.
You know, you get a full bracelet watch, right, in precious metal, and that's something that I think if we want to keep the AP trend, part of the problem with the codes, even though they've given us a code at a lower price point and with a more interesting dial with those stamped dials, stainless steel, different colors, you still don't get a bracelet, right? So you're spending $25,000 for a steel watch without a bracelet. It's it's a lot. Like, it's a lot of money.
Precisely. Yeah.
It's listen, I really want to buy into and believe in that new product line for the brand, because I actually think it's really cool. I like the curved glass. I like the optical effect you get from the sapphire on the code 1159, but I'm just like, guys, you gotta, like, I have to be able to wear this watch when I'm swimming. Like, if I can't take this watch swimming, you're charging 2.5 times as much as a Rolex. And it's like it's 2.5 times as much as a Rolex, and it's less than half the watch. So, like, what do you get in the end? You get prestige, you get maybe a little bit of flex. Like, you'd be like, look, I'm wearing an AP,
And also, by the way, just to be fair, putting it next to its immediate competitor, right? I know this has a special dial. It's hand hammered, right, with a very precise, specific kind of instrument. That's not like someone chiseling that, but
this Tuscan dial is made by hand. The one we're looking at right now.
Yes. I'll try to pull up the audio, the video in the background in a second. But the immediate competitor, okay, this is priced 78,000.
It's like the tremblage of like Lange or Maurice Grossman.
Yes. So this is 78,300. The immediate competitor would be, oops, sorry, that's not what I meant. Would be 5811G.
Oh yeah, the gravel dial.
No, not the gravel. Look at the screen. This is just the new white gold piece they came up with. That's already 70,000. But yes, this is a white gold full bracelet watch, and it's cheaper. It's cheaper. I understand. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's
more water
they're
resistance.
asking a
Though.
lot. That too. Yes.
Or wait, are these the same? No, the Nautilus is a full 100 meters, right?
Yes, I think that is in fact the case. It
That's
should be 10 Atmos.
120. That's
It's 12. Okay,
yeah, it looks like it,
even
right?
better.
Like that's a big deal. Like the description, yeah, right up there. It's like 120 meters.
Yep.
So the Royal Oak, like this is what has always rubbed me the wrong way about AP is like, so wait a second, like, wow, like it's the same designer. Like you guys have been making this watch for 50 years. Like you can't get it up to 80 meters. Like it's still at 50. Like
Let's cut the difference. 100, nice number. You know, round number.
like Rolex has been doing this since what, the 20s, like the 30s, like you know, I mean, like how hard is it? It's like, come on, guys, like just. And you know, I think that they know that it doesn't matter because you know the people who are wearing these watches are probably not going to actually be active in swimming in them. You know, they're just going to wear them at the party or at the meeting or playing golf or whatever the case may be. And maybe that's fine, or maybe they can swim in them. Like I don't know.
By the way, I'm furiously looking for the okay, great. This is actually literally the jeweler who works with Audemars Piguet, and you know they still design with her. You would remember Carolina Bucci.
Oh yeah, I love her. Yeah,
From last year's black ceramic AP with that kind of you know, rainbow like play of colors on
That's
the
one of my
dial.
favorite Royal Oaks ever.
So she was the artist slash jeweler who brought the so-called Florentine finish slash Tuscan dials into the AP space. And here is a very short, like literally a 13-second video of how she applies the Florentine finish. So it's, when it says hand hammered, it's this.
It's a machine. It's not actually done by hand.
I mean, it is
handheld.
It's handheld. This is also a hand.
No, I see it. So
in
on a larger scale, that type of machine, I've operated that, and in like iron work, when it's not jewelry, when you're actually doing metal work, they call it a needle scaler. It's a pneumatic tool that has all these pins in it. And basically you can't, like in that video, so they're showing the tool in motion, but they don't actually show the tool static. So I think probably the head of that tool just has one point on it, but it's possible that it has multiple points on it also. So in the case of like the needle scaler, it's like this tool that like in iron work they use for removing mill scale or doing peening, you know, which like I could get into the weeds about talking about what the process is, but it's a bunch of different metal pins and compressed air that, you know. So yes, it is hand applied, but I would argue that it's every time that I hold a power tool and I carve into a surface using a power tool and I tell people I did it by hand, in my own mind, I think I'm cheating. Right? Like I think I'm lying to someone.
No, I mean that's fair because you are an actual craftsman, so it is valuable to hear your perspective on it. I think, you know, from this thing, since it's the Florentine finish, I'm going to be a little facetious. The patrons now are not the Medicis, guys. It's Audemars Piguet. So you don't, please don't expect like 80-year-old ladies who
Yeah.
have basically gone blind trying to actually hammer like a miniature pin and hammer. But again, look, St. Peter, I actually do cherish your expertise. So if you, as a craftsman, as someone who works with these kinds of tools, think and insist that it's misrepresentation when you use a pneumatic tool or an electrical tool and say I did it by hand, I respect that. I concede
Listen,
that.
it's a 50-50 thing. I mean, sometimes I say it. Depends on who I'm talking to, right? Like in this space, it's important for me to come clean and be like, actually, it's not quite the same, right? It's like, but I will say this though, that I've also seen videos from AP's website where those needle scaling tools or those stippling tools, whatever you want to call them, are actually in a CNC machine, and the component is being so right there, it's clearly being held by hand, right? But that's a piece of jewelry. That's not an AP watch
No,
component.
it really isn't.
So, and I don't know if these videos are on AP's website anymore, but like I saw this tool being held by a CNC machine, and the workpiece was being held in a vise, and the table was pneumatically moving around, and it was just this head that was just boop, 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 making all these dimples. And after I saw that video, and it was literally on AP's like website or AP's social media, and there's all this narrative, oh, it's done by hand. I'm like, really? Like,
which would not be, by the way, an outrageous suggestion. Even without seeing the video, I can say, well, if they use the pantograph for the tapisserie dial and very freely advertise that, why wouldn't they use a similar setup to apply the finishes? So it wouldn't surprise me. But I do have seen that insinuation. On the other hand, they don't do that anymore. Like they don't write anywhere about the Florentine finishes or Tuscan dials that it is actually done by hand. They don't advertise it like that, which makes me think more and more that just like they switched the guilloche to stamped rather than even hand-guided rose engines, there is a good chance that they may have done this, which is still a specialized kind of work, which is still the kind of dials that not many other makers produce in a very serialized way. The two names you gave, Alain Gonzone and Moritz Grossmann, the tremblage dials they do are preserved for the most exclusive, most limited edition models usually. So it's still something unique. But yes, this is the watch that we should put next to 5811G. And in many ways, there's so many aspects that suggest the Patek Nautilus compared to the Royal Oak Jumbo, which again, from just a very arbitrary and capricious principle of personal preference, I would prefer the Royal Oak, but that doesn't negate any of the points that are presented by the price point, by the water resistance, which you suggested, and so many other things that might in fact steer people to the 5811G, the new Nautilus in white gold, rather than 16202 BC, the new Royal Oak Jumbo extra thin in 18 karat white gold and the Tuscan dial. So how about the code 1159? Let's come to that. And I appreciate the fact that you approached it from saying they have listened and they have changed certain things. Can you? Oh, 1 second. Let me read the super chat, and can you after that describe what those changes are? Nick Butter, $9, just tuning in. Love the AP Royal Oak, even though I can't afford it. Same here, brother. I can get the Tissot PRX Powermatic. That has proven to be a very, very popular watch indeed, and it is quite nice and quite exceptional at that price point. To me, a lovely alternative. All right. Yes, St. Peter. What do you think? Well, tell us about what separates the new Code 1159 in stainless steel, and here in stainless steel hybrid combined with ceramic. What
The
sets
ceramic
apart?
head case. I you
What
know
sets apart this design?
I think it's important with this family line for this brand to go back in the history and to think about and to talk about where all the, because we heard about this with the Royal Oak, right? The Royal Oak came out, and oh, we're a $3,500 sports watch, but it's steel, like people, oh, it was a cost of Jaguar, there's all these mythologies about at the time. Now, that was before I was born, so I don't know what the fuck people were talking about, but like I've heard that story so many times. When the Code 1159 came out, as I recall it, everyone was really anticipating this, and it got launched, and the initial reaction was like, that is ugly, the dial, it's boring, the text, the font on the dial's weird. Like there was all this stuff where people are like, I just want a Royal Oak. Why do you make this when like you can't even conceal the bolts, like it's like when the Code 1159 came out, the dial was very flat looking. It was lacquered, it had no depth. And I think people, they were used to seeing a more kind of dynamic timepiece. They were used to seeing the Royal Oak. They were used to seeing the tapisserie dial. They were used to seeing either tropical dials or fumet dials. At that point in time, all of a sudden, this whole new line that AP had been hyping up, we're gonna break the mold, like all this stuff, and they release this boring flat lacquer dial with these big ugly Arabic numerals, and it just not many people really connected with it. And I think at that time, it was before they moved to this strap. It was like alligator straps, so it was like low water resistance, fully precious metal case, high price point, boring dial, interesting crystal. But the interesting crystal is something that I think people were, for me, I always thought that was cool, but I think people have constantly, oh, I don't care about the crystal, like I don't want to talk about that. But it's like it's really cool, right? Like the fact that it has this curved crystal is a big deal. And AP talked about that a lot, but the public didn't want to acknowledge how cool that was, because
And
they didn't care.
can I present a counterpoint? It's not that I don't care, but all these elements that you described are things that I've seen in another watch. And to me, again, I loved AP for the Royal Oak, but not because simply it's hype, but because it is one of the most original designs to have ever graced the horological space. So for them to create a watch that was basically a mishmash of everything else I've seen elsewhere, like the Arabic numerals from the front, make it look like simply a more expensive version of the Jaeger LeCoultre Polaris. The lacquer dial with that fumet effect on the periphery, the smoked dials. I have seen that in H. Mose Company and executed again at the same level. Not that it would lack in any way from Audemars Piguet. The hollowed out lugs, the scalloped out lugs, De Bethune made it their trademark. The crystal Grobel Forcé
Right.
has made it all across the line. And the octagonal mid case for a watch that's trying to be something different than the Royal Oak,
Yeah.
it seems a
Why
little
make it be just like the
silly.
Royal Oak? Yeah.
So
Listen. I
it's a
I can.
combination of a lot of these things that made me tire of each one of those parts. If it were the crystal and if it was something that AP was introducing into this space, let's talk about it. But otherwise, hey, did they just come up with it?
I really still feel like this is the watch that I know it's fucked up sounding, and I know there's a lot of speculation, unconfounded speculation about this, but I think this is the entry level AP for people that want a Royal Oak still, and now that it's even cheaper than it was before, and they figured out how do we get people in the door to start a spend history with us, and how do we make this, what clearly is not nowhere near as cool or as appealing as the Royal Oak, how do we try to make it more appealing where people think, oh, actually, you know what, I want that, I would rather buy that over the Royal Oak.
Mm.
And in the back of their head they're saying, but if I buy this, I'll get, like, maybe I'll get on the list for a Royal Oak. I don't know, but to me that's what it seems like, because if I'm getting into AP, I want a Royal Oak. I don't want a Code 1159.
My friend, by the way, here's the thing. Because you're humble, you call that unfounded speculation. To me, what you just described as a situation has more credibility and has more of a foundation than those silly gray marketeers telling you, well, when the Royal Oak came out, it wasn't that popular either, and this will be the new watch that will define what remains to come from Audemars Piguet. That is unfounded speculation. What you're referring to is an actual practice that Audemars Piguet boutiques indulge in, because that's the conversation you have when you can actually step into one of those boutiques, and when you start getting familiar with a specific sales associate. They will tell you, well, here is what is completely unattainable for you. Here are the things that you can aspire towards, perhaps as your third or fourth watch from us, and let us put you on a list for this and that code 1159, which will establish you as a customer with us. So that's exactly the kind of conversation they give you. That's
I'm not in the 30 to 40 to $50,000 price point for watches. I mean, it, like, I think about getting into a solid gold day date brand new from Rolex, even though I know you could get a vintage 36 mil for under 15, well under 15 in immaculate condition. There is still that allure of, well, I'm getting a brand new full solid gold. Like there's still something about that experience to me that I imagine myself in the future when either I get that promotion or I retire, or like there's that big life event for me where I'm like, I'm getting the fucking lifetime Rolex piece, right? It's romantic, as cheesy as it sounds. Like, it sounds really romantic to me. Now, I think the people who are buying this tier product, and I'm also someone who wants to get into like a Lange 1. Like, maybe I get the day date, maybe I get the Lange 1 and the sub, and that's it. Like, maybe I'd literally just defined my entire collection, right? Where it's like, what I have currently. I have the itch for the sub. I really want a day date, and I really want a Lange, and maybe that's it. And like, maybe I just described like the whole lifetime of my collection there. And for most normal, regular people, they would be like, you're crazy for spending that much. But for me, I look at that and say, oh, okay, there's still like kind of a logic in that collection. Now, getting into AP, if I'm ready to go to Lange and say, okay, I want a Lange 1, or I'm ready to go to Rolex and say I want a day-date 36 or even maybe a 40. If I'm going to AP and saying like, man, I really, I know all the history of the brand and I could talk about it and this and that. If they're like, yeah, like we're not even considering you as a client, I'm sorry, even though I've already told them, I actually really care about this model line. I care about the designer and their heritage. Maybe I wear a Pasha in there. Maybe I go in wearing a Pasha, being like, yeah, I really like Gerald Genta's design, and I'm wearing a fucking Pasha right now. And like, yeah, sorry, like I know the code 1159, well, whatever, but I actually really want to buy a Royal Oak, and I want to buy it new from the boutique whenever you guys want to sell it to me. And if you don't,
Maybe if you draped yourself in this sort of hype beast wear in full green, you might have.
I'll wear velvet. I'll walk in there draped in velvet, draped in purple velvet. It's like, it's like, I mean, come on, man. Like at some point in time, it's like, I'm not the guy who just all of a sudden got the money. It's like, but I haven't even considered going into AP House or the boutiques right now. Cause like, I'm not going to buy one. Why would I go there? Like when I finally go there, it's going to be, hey, like I've been paying attention to your brand and critically thinking about it for decades. Like by the time I finally walk in the door, it's going to be 10 or 15 years that I've actually been studying the brand, thinking about it. And if they're like, actually, you know what, like maybe you're going to buy the 1 or 2 pieces, maybe we'll consider you, but we're trying to attract young money, or we're trying to attract people that are going to buy into the brand for the lifetime. If they're like, hey, we don't want to consider you as a client, I'm going to be like, cool, actually, that's okay. I understand. Thanks for the time. Keep me in mind in the future. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. But it won't break my heart,
Hi, Professor. How are you?
Hey, guys.
We were talking about the new AP releases, which I'm sure you'll have much to say about, but I do wanted to ask 1 or 2 more questions to St. Peter to see before we take your perspective. So this is the hybrid version with that octagonal mid case, actually in black ceramic, and the exoskeleton. I think, would that be the right term, St. Peter?
Yeah, it's I forget how AP refers to it, but it's I think it's a 3-piece case design. There's like a mid case, and I believe that the bezel, like it's got this super narrow bezel, but the skeletonized lugs, I think, are part of the bezel, right? So that's like part of the top, and they kind of come in, and then there's the case back in the mid case. So I believe it's like a 3-piece design that way.
So this is the 15210 QT, very cute. Code 1159 in stainless steel and ceramic, lists for 28,800 in the time and date version. You also have it in blue, in full stainless steel, with the same execution of a stamped guilloche dial, and with that sailcloth like strap that echoes the color scheme. That one is 25,300, if I'm not mistaken. Also comes in green, and then they also have the chronograph versions at 35,000 for the full stainless steel versions, and 37,400 for this hybrid example. What do you think about that, St. Peter? Do you have a different opinion, perhaps, about the chronograph, for better or worse, compared to the time and date?
I've always preferred the Code 1159 chronographs because of
Okay.
how the sub registers fill out the dial. I think they're a little bit thicker,
Mhm.
so that's a little bit of a negative. But I actually think the way that taking into consideration the fact that they have this interesting curved crystal on the dial that, when you articulate your wrist and you move it around, you look at the tile from different angles. There's this whole kind of animated experience from that, which you cannot see in a static photograph. I think when you have more information on the dial, more sub registers, like more stuff happening, it's more eye candy, let's say, kind of whether it's
Mm.
legible and it makes sense, that's another question. But for me, I think this case, you see the ceramic on the side, you see the stainless on the case, you see the different subdials. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, I was talking earlier with Nick Watch Nicholas, and I was telling him that much like the Jaeger-LeCoultre Polaris, and there are many designs like this, which I enjoy much better when you have more complications, you have a more effective and stunning execution of the dial, as opposed to the negative space, which doesn't always necessarily flatter the design. And with Code 1159, I already have so many misgivings about the design in the first place. For me, the time and date versions remain the least attractive. And I've been showing these videos from the AP website so people get a feel of that 3D perspective of that unique double curved sapphire crystal that you're describing. And as St. Peter said, the time and date has a thickness right under 11 millimeters, 10.7, whereas the chronograph, let's pull that up. Chronograph, like saintly figure preferred, is 12.6 millimeter in thickness, and absolutely puzzling 30-meter resistance remains consistent throughout the product line.
I mean, that's my biggest critique, honestly. It's like the water resistance, I think, is something that when you're spending this kind of money and it's supposedly a sports watch, because it's not a fancy dress watch, that's for sure. So, yeah, you're getting relatively high power reserve, high accuracy, flyback chronograph movement. It's a sophisticated timekeeper, but you're paying a premium for that. And you can't wear it to the beach, and you can't wear it in the shower. So it's like, for the price point, like, okay, you might not be able to get into a Patek Philippe chrono for the same price point, but like you can definitely get into a used Patek Philippe for the same price point. And I don't know, like it's a tough one, right? Like, I think it's a victory for the brand in that I think they're moving the model line in the right direction. I really wish the price point was lower.
I mean, God knows they're trying, right?
Yeah, they're
And
trying.
I've said this many times. At the end of the day, whatever else Benamias did as CEO, this will forever remain his legacy, at least a part of his legacy, and a relatively big part at that. So now that he's leaving by the end of the year, obviously he's gonna try everything that he can in a kind of desperation, really, to
make it seem like it was the right
to
move.
make
Yeah.
the stick. So in that case, you're right. Producing it in stainless steel, making it basically offering it to people at a more accessible price point is going to help with that. But yeah, I remain, again, you have talked quite a bit about the technical aspects of it, homing into the 30 millimeter water resistance, which is even less than the Royal Oak, which gets criticized about this on a daily basis, basically. I will focus on the fact that, hey, you gave something unique to this watch, to this product line with this guilloche pattern. And I'm a huge fan of guilloche, and as a fan of Gégé Lecoutre as well, I've always been disappointed that that brand, which is custodian to some uh, relatively ancient Rose engines that have been inherited by previous Valet de Joux watchmakers and artisans, sometimes uses in certain price points, or rather until you get to a relatively steep price point in the current product line, they also use stamped guilloche dials. And to me, when you get into the 20s and you have as one aspect of the watch that you advertise heavily, it's a striking guilloche dial with concentric circles and whatever else, unique pattern, and you have it stamped, that's a little bit of an insult. I think that's much bigger insult than the way that Tuscan dial gives the impression of being perhaps a handcraft, and perhaps, again, allegedly, it really isn't. This, I think, is much worse. Yeah, because also, again, you might think it's pedantic, but please do, whenever you get the chance, examine watches that have stamped guilloche dials, any entry level Frédéric Constant, which is otherwise a fine, accessible price point, great watches for the money, would have this sort of guilloche dials, for example, stamped. And then look at a guilloche dial that is actually, quote unquote, engraved, that is actually applied by a hand-guided Rose engine. And you will certainly know what I mean, and you will see the depth and dimensionality that the dial actually gains by the ladder, by the use of the ladder. Hi, Chris Clues. He says, at that price, it's a no, even though I like the chrono. Prof, what do you think? Have you been following this at all, or have you at least taken a look at the pieces that have been part of this short that I prepared?
Yeah, I have. Good morning, good evening.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I have here next to me a very useful product.
Platinum Vaseline.
It's
Yeah.
it's Vaseline.
I also keep I wonder. I also keep Vaseline next to my computer. Is it used? Is it used for the purpose that I imagine it is?
Usually,
comment.
when ideas flow in order for them to flow better, I use
I
Vaseline.
thought you were gonna say in order for them to
For
flow
the
out,
flow out.
which is the purpose I use it for. But yeah, that's good too. That's good too. So you,
Well, you guys,
all right.
I think you said it. Look, it's I like this new new iteration, not the chrono. I think the chrono um, is nothing to call home
Even the
about.
green?
Yeah, the green. I mean, they should come up with another color. Tiffany, maybe Tiffany blue. But no, I don't think I'm enthusiastic about them. Now the jumbo is interesting, but in my opinion, they got wrong the bezel. The bezel, compared to the older iterations, appears to be thicker on the surface, and aesthetically, it's sending the wrong message. This is what I wanted to say about both of them. So the chrono iterations are, I find them very ordinary, nothing of particular interest. I agree with everything you guys have said, that they're trying to get a model that is used as the entry model. This could be it. This one, yes, all that was said, aesthetically, the dial, Carlucci, Balucci, Gorolucci, very nice. Tuscany, Mascany. Yeah, the dial, I like it. What I
Can't get enough of saying Eisenkiesel though when it comes to Rolex. But yes,
Eisenkiesel,
I
yes,
understand. Yeah,
yes. You know, naturally, we're going to end up talking about Rolex. So,
of
um,
course. Well, we already
so
have, by the way, Professor. We have given due credit because both
AP
St.
copied
Peter,
Rolex.
yeah, both St. Peter and I were in awe with this piece, but then we also reminded ourselves of a whole lineage of day dates historically that came with semi-precious stone dials and specifically with turquoise dials, and also the day date 36 that is in the current product lineup and that does come with a turquoise dial in combination with the 18 karat yellow gold. So we have already started talking about Rolex if you want to join
very
the call.
good. Very good. Excellent. That's the thing. So, you know, the jumbo, my problem is that the bezel is thicker on the surface. So it takes more space. And to me, it doesn't look very appealing. The jumbo was traditionally thinner, more elegant, more to tuck under the shirt type of watch. Now we're getting into proportions for a different gentleman. This is a bigger watch, and certainly a very expensive watch. To me, this is not keeping with the purist. And it's nice to see that everybody is adopting our definition for the Royal Oak, which is I think we coined it as a one-trick pony. It's nice to see it being used widely. Yeah, I think for
I
this
think
price point,
you may have, because I'm a fanboy of the Royal Oak, so I never use anything that could be construed as negative.
you are a
You
fanboy.
have
Yes, you
coined
are.
it. Yeah.
I
Icon.
mean, is
Okay.
one trick pony, is that even necessarily a negative thing?
No, it's not. You can say the same about Rolex, the Submariner, the Oyster case. No, I think every brand is a one-trick pony in some ways.
These are, by the way, the two major previous generations of the Jumbo, the original 5402 on the right and the 15202 on the left. And I think you can even, in these two watches that are essentially supposed to be faithful copies of each other, you can see the kind of evolution that the professor was gesturing towards. And in 16202, some of those modernizing elements have been, in fact, exacerbated. So I do agree with that. I mean, for someone like me who is in a way purist, I even quote unquote resent the change in
Yeah.
font. But
Yeah.
I mean that's just nitpicking at a certain point. But anyways, I do certainly share your perspective, Professor, when it comes to the jumbo and how it
Yeah.
has been transforming in a certain direction over the generations, even as it purports to be a faithful reproduction of the original.
Yeah. Yeah. The other so this is my main, kind of design wise comment. I do like the dial. I think there is a bit of a group thing again between AP and Patek. I would prefer this dial rather than this new iteration of the Tuscany dial. They are trying to move into this Patek territory where you remember they had these two Calatrava watches with this new dial. So that's the comment. The other issue is not the aesthetic issue; it is purely the monetary issue. And I agree with both of you. I think St. Peter also highlighted, and I think others in the chat. And the issue is the price. This is a out of reach watch, and Jumbo was never a completely out of reach watch. It was attainable. I've seen it on people's wrists by people who are not tycoons. They're not managing, you know, um, FTSE 100 companies. There are people who could be coined as collectors, and you've seen it, and I've seen it in people's wrists, and I appreciate that. There is a
I
certain uniqueness. Yeah,
I want to say one thing though. I most people, at least in my circles, who had it on their wrist in previous generations, even including the 15202, the 40th anniversary edition. At least in my circles, they had acquired it through the secondary market for the most part. I have not really spoken with collectors who have, or even owners who have gotten this watch when it came out in the 70s, because when it did come out in the 70s, it was literally 3,725 Swiss francs at retail, and that was the price of a Jaguar XJ6. So I would hesitate to call that accessible by any means. And I think it cost at that time maybe about 24 Submariners. The Submariner was in 72, I think, probably less than 200, probably in Swiss francs. We can
yeah,
check it
but in
very
the
quickly.
90s, price wise, it was very different, Lord.
Yeah, I mean that's what I
And
mean.
in the 2000s, yeah,
A lot of the people who accessed the 5402 or even 15202, in
yeah,
my
the one
circles
five.
at least, had gotten it through the secondary market where they were trending at a very steep quote unquote discount. So to speak.
You actually could have bought 20 Submariners for the price of a Royal Oak.
Let me double check that because I wanted to, because of my stupid literary aspirations, I wrote there an entire fleet of Rolex Submariners, but I had checked it when I was writing Rolex Submariner 1972 price.
No,
I
no,
think
not the 19. I'm not referring to the 70s iteration, to the 150. What is it? 22022. That,
15202, but that was,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that was, I mean, that was still an expensive watch, Professor. It wasn't. I mean, you can't call that accessible.
No, well, it's accessible more than the 1970s one, and I've seen it. I mean, in my circles, I've seen it not every day, but I've seen it enough. Um,
Yeah. Okay,
and
so
yeah,
it's in 72. Okay, I think I may have found actually an entire man. No, I have not. But the reference I have is a Submariner date from 1972 for $208. So
And
yeah,
then the Royal Oak was 3,500, right?
37.25. Yeah.
37.25 divided by 208.
Yeah. That's a Submariner date.
Oh yeah, it was almost 18. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, also remember 37.25 is in Swiss francs, whereas 208 is in dollars. So Swiss francs, especially at that time, was
Yeah, so it's almost 20 Submariner. That blows my mind.
2 dozens. Yeah, two dozens Submariner.
It blows
Yeah,
my
but
mind.
they weren't the only ones. If you look at the Nautilus, that was also very expensive.
Well,
Yeah.
in 72, the Nautilus wasn't around yet. It wasn't around for what, another
76. Yeah.
or
76 is when the Nautilus came out.
Price it in 76 and you will see.
and the Nautilus also, I think I had a similar kind of it was a tough sell at the time, right? Because of the price.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. But yeah,
So
no,
the
Professor, you're
point
right.
is-
I mean, I don't mean to necessarily take away from your point. I mean, accessible, I think, is a little exaggerated, but certainly up until
Let's not,
7 years ago, you could certainly find plenty of Royal Oaks and even Nautiluses on the secondary market that weren't so much more expensive than some of the more desired Rolex sports models.
No, you can get it. You can walk into an AP dealer and you could get it 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
So it's so crazy how rapidly things changed. Like when speculation
And Jumbo was not selling. They were not selling it. It was a thinner watch. It was a flimsy watch. It was a gimmicky watch. Nobody wanted to touch it. They had a rough problem moving it. And the production was always low, but the demand was even lower, right?
No, I mean, look, at that time they weren't this snooty and they weren't so mighty. So you could actually just walk into the boutique in Beverly Hills, and they actually had the precious metal Jumbo. They always had one in the case, like the rose gold one with the pink gold one with the blue dial. They always had one lying in the case. You could easily walk out with it. This is 2017.
So crazy.
Hey, Big Meech, how are you doing, man? Nice watch. All right, Big Meech.
Sorry, I was just doing some here. What's going on, Lord?
How are you doing, man? Were you also working on your moisturizing routine like Professor here?
You know what? You laugh actually, but yeah, I should probably actually take care of myself in that department a little bit more, considering that I go from extremely cold temperatures to extremely warm temperatures on the rig. So yeah, that tends to dry me out.
Shrinkage.
That too as well. Significant shrinkage. Yeah, that is accurate.
Yes, I mean you have to relieve yourself once every so often, Meech. That's what my urologist tells me. As an old man, you
hot water.
Don't let it build up too much.
Hot water, just tea
yeah.
kettle,
Well, actually, you know what? That's a good topic of conversation. I mean, El Professor and Lord. I mean, when's the last time you had your prostate checked?
I'm just gonna get the cancer. I've decided I'm not gonna. I'm so ashamed to get it checked. I'm just gonna suffer the.
Hold on, let me get this straight.
I'm gonna suffer
you would
the
rather
results
die
of
from colon cancer or something like that, rather than get fucking pegged by your doctor. You know what? I gotta respect.
Well,
that.
listen, like it depends on who the doctor is. Like I've always been partial to female doctors. and they're more than willing to. I search for them. I search.
Is there a urologist that is one female and two checks with her tongue rather than the finger?
I don't know about the latter, but the former definitely. They're out there. Listen, and I'll just tell you guys this story because drama. Like I think we're all. I think we're all gentlemen who could appreciate a little bit of drama, and like I understand. Like my storytelling sometimes. Maybe it doesn't hit the way it should, but this case, I will tell you.
As long as it doesn't involve any other character, in this space, especially one of the
No.
undesirables.
This is
Go
no
ahead.
one. No one in the space. This is old school. So before I moved to New York, so this is like a long time ago, 20 years ago, basically. And I was very young, and I was experiencing, it was like a period of time when there was like a lot of, a lot of emotion. There was a lot of stress, and anxiety and that kind of stuff. And it was manifesting physically, but it wasn't really like a physical thing. It was just the mind has a lot of influence over the body. People were like, "Oh, you should go to the doctor and get that checked out." I'm like, "Oh, my heart!" Like, "Oh, my heartbeat." So I went to the hospital, and they were like, "Oh, we have to do an echocardiogram, right?" So they do this. It's like it's like a scan of your heart, right? Like what do they call that when like a baby, like when in the womb, what's that called? Like
Ultrasound.
ultrasound. Yeah, it's like an ultrasound of the heart essentially, right? And so they do it just to see how like the blood's flowing and all that. And so they put me in this little room, and it was these young doctors that came in there, and they were very attractive. So it's like these young.
And geography, right? I had one of
Yeah,
those.
yeah.
I had one of those.
I can't even remember, but like I was like a kid at the time, like I think I was like a teenager, or like maybe in like my early 20s. I can't remember exactly, but these young women with like these long white lab coats like came in, and they were like, "Okay, take your shirt off," and then they're like scanning my chest, and they're doing all this shit, and I'm like, holy fuck. Like it was blowing my mind because it's like this private little side room. It's like these two like young.
And that was also the genre of porn you were watching at the time, of course, I guess.
I don't know, man. Like I think maybe I'd seen one or two of these type of videos. It wasn't like particularly the genre I was going for, but like I knew the theme, like I knew the theme,
You're not
maybe
supposed to admit it.
maybe I had seen one or two of these videos. It wasn't my go-to. I was going to like other stuff, but I knew the setup, right? The setup was just so obvious, like, oh well, man, this is the setup. So so and then her colleague comes in. So now it's two of them, like these two like beautiful young women, and I'm like, this is blowing my mind. And so my heart, I'm like, now I'm getting nervous, and my blood is like, like holy shit, like this is crazy. Like I'm gonna blow up this machine. Like what the hell is going on? And they're like, they're scanning my heart, and they're like, oh, they're like, you have a really beautiful heart. Like, and now I'm just like, I was
St.
about
Peter,
to fucking lose
you,
it.
did you get the message? I mean, I hope you did. I hope you went through with it.
This is why. Listen, this
You
is
got
why
friend zoned right away.
I tell these stories. You guys all know, like you guys are, people who have been through these experiences. At this young age, I was so naive. It was all being handed to me on a silver platter. They were telling me my heart was so beautiful. They had never seen such a beautiful, and I was like, oh, thank you, doctor. Like,
Look, I'll be
very
honest.
professional. No, like I didn't cross any boundaries. But it's like,
I'll be honest, St. Peter. I mean, the first couple of times when a phlebotomist, when a young nurse told me, "Oh, like it's so easy to find the veins on your arm," I didn't understand. But trust me, I did not fail to hit it after that first couple of times because they were not just looking for the veins there. if you know what I mean.
Right, right. I mean, I walked away from this whole experience being like, what the fuck? Like, and you know, like you just have to, you learn from your mistakes, right? You know, I know now that that will probably never happen to me again. Like that was just this, it was like one of those moments where it's like, hey man, if you don't strike while the iron is hot, you know, boom, like you missed your chance. And that's it.
Well, I mean, funny you should mention something like that. So when I was in college, so basically your first semester you had to get a occupation. Since I was a diesel service tech, that was what my major was. You had to pick up essentially what is called an internship. The difference is ours isn't our internship was actually supposed to be a legitimate job. It wasn't supposed to be unpaid. So, anyways, so my first place was a construction site, and you needed to do a full-fledged physical. Like, you know, like back in the day, remember when you were going to go out for sports, you had to do that type of physical, and it struck me by surprise actually. But anyway, so the company sets it all up, right? So they don't tell you, they basically tell you like what day you're supposed to show up and then what time. They don't tell you the doctor or anything else. They just tell you where to go. Anyways, I show up there and I get to the apartment there, and this beautiful busty brunette shows up.
Whoa. Whoa.
And we do the whole physical part, and then she turns to me and she's like, "All right, drop him." I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "Yeah, you know, the company wants you to do a full physical." I'm like, "Well, didn't we do a full physical?" And she's like, "Well, yeah, but I need you to cough. You know, that's part of the physical." And of course, you know, me being at 21 here, and then you know, I'm like, "Oh, fuck me, Dad." You know, I'm already just kind of
The room was cold.
no. It was quite
cold
the
in
opposite.
there. It was
actually.
cold in there.
It was quite the opposite because I've been
Yeah, like
I've been ogling her like the whole time during the exam. Yeah. So I dropped my pants.
There was a little
um,
camping
Nice.
trip
Nice.
going on.
Yeah, no, exactly. So as she's doing the maintenance check underneath the hood, if you will, all of a sudden the check engine light comes on, right, if you will, and she's like, "Oh."
Yeah, whoa. She was like, whoa.
And I said, respectfully speaking, I said, I mean nothing by this. I swear it's just the nerves. And she's like, relax. It happens more often than you think.
She's like, well, you know, pretty much every guy that I check, unless they're a fanatic,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
they're like,
I mean, it was.
boom,
She's like, well, the great thing is, she's like, I don't have to move it out of the way now. Cough.
It happens more than you think. I think, like, you know, the way you described, I think you would think it would happen pretty often.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, especially for someone in their early 20s, you know, in that situation.
I mean, forget about the situation in your early 20s. Isn't it the case that?
Yeah, it's like
it just
pretty
happened.
much just like
nothing needs to cause it in particular.
right.
I remember a story in high school. I mean, I can't say it on the air here, but it's, you know, high school is obviously very different. But I mean, anyways, I thought I'm like, God damn it! I said, at least don't put that in the charts for the company to see.
Well, I mean, if it was something to write home about, Mitch, I'm sure she reported it to the right authorities.
Oh, not on.
Hey, you know, it is what it is, and you know, we all learn from these experiences, and you move on. You know, you do a better job the next time. You know, next time you're prepared. You know what you're getting yourself into.
Mish didn't lack in terms of preparation. That particular case.
I mean,
he was well prepared.
I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, no. Actually, speaking of doctors and everything else, I did all my blood work and everything else at the early beginning of Yeah, technically beginning of the year. I did a little testing towards the end of December and whatnot. So, you know, I know that I know a lot of guys, or not maybe not a lot of guys, but a lot of people in general hate doing that shit because they're always afraid, um, of what they might hear. But yeah, no, it's. I was actually quite surprised with my results actually, because the doctor asked me, he's like, "Well, what's your diet?" And I said, "Well, I eat like a bachelor." Well, I said, "I eat like a bachelor truck driver, so a lot of fast food and shit." And so when he checked my cholesterol, he said, "Wow," he's like, "On paper, you're technically very healthy, considering for what your diet is and whatnot." He said, "You can afford to lose some weight," but he said, "Other than that, you're pretty healthy."
Pretty good. Good to hear. El Profesor, if you're still there, do you have any interesting memories at the doctor's office or anything else that's vaguely sexual?
I am a married man. But having said this, my advice to everybody is, please don't get married.
Hey, yeah, El Professor gets it.
I
El
love
Professor gets it.
the woman of my dreams right now. I love this woman more than anyone else in the world. She just got divorced. And I'm like, no, I love you. Like, forever.
I love
Like,
you
the
too.
whole, like, she's like, fuck no, man. I just got out of this thing. Like, I'm
Love
not
you,
about
love
to
you.
do it.
Yeah.
And
if you do
kinda
get
made
married,
Don't
have kids.
I hope
This is what a healthy person is supposed to get married and have children. That is
I hope the juniors are not listening this time, Professor, because you keep telling me that your kids are listening. So hopefully this time.
Not yet. They haven't awakened.
That's what they tell you. Hey, to be a
don't have
productive component of society, you gotta go to school, get good grades, get educated, get a good job, get married, have the kids, work, and then when you're old, no one cares
die.
about you anymore. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, don't raising kids in the Western world is, in general, living in the Western world is a very tough business, guys.
Because raising them now costs too much.
Exactly, and we live in a very transient time. The West is in flux. It's really, in my opinion, fucked up, the West. And we don't know how to get out of this fucked up way. And we're still confused with, my tradition says I'm wired to get married, have kids, and then where do you do all these kids And the West is already messed up about its direction. Who are we? Capitalism. Where do we fit in all of this? Social media stuff, identity.
Wow.
Thank you, Herr Spengler.
I mean, it seems like if you're rich, it's pretty awesome. Like if you're alive and you're rich, like it's pretty dope, right? Like being rich is like, because like I think of like my situation right now. It's like, oh man, I have to work. Like I got to pay all these bills. But like if you
it's
just
not as glamorous as you think, though. I mean, you got to pay the fucking taxes. So.
Well, no, I know, but Mitch, you forget. Poor people also pay taxes. So
poor people get refunds. They don't pay taxes. They get fucking refunds from guys like me.
I'm getting 2 Gs.
That's where most of my money goes at the end of the year.
I'm getting 2 Gs this year on my tax return. 2,000.
You're fucking unemployed and the lazy.
I'm unemployed.
You do realize the dictionary definition of the word refund, right? Can you wrap your head around the concept?
Yeah, exactly. You realize you pay out before you get it back.
You pay your tax, and then the excess amount you pay is given back to you because you paid too much. That's what happens when you get refunds. If you are genuinely,
I've never gotten a refund.
Right. If you're genuinely not making
you have to
money,
pay every year. You pay Uncle Sam.
I take that back. There's 1 year where
if you
Well,
generally don't
there was
make
one
enough
year where
money,
my
you don't pay any
accountant
taxes
messed up,
at all.
and I got $500 on return. That's it.
Well,
I'm sure that you got that straightened out really fast and paid those taxes,
listen,
right?
I like roads, you know. I like the idea that, you know, if my house was on fire, you know, there would be a fire department that comes to put that fire out, you know, like I'm not one of these people who's just like fuck taxes, like, you know, because the reality is like at some point in time, like they do, you know, they do help, but you know, so
You know, I don't know. It seems very very dark and hypocritical, but sometimes when farmers have their equipment burned, they'll sometimes they'll be very slow at calling 911. They want to make sure that the perimeter's secure. They want to make sure everyone's 100 feet away from the fire. All that stuff. And then by the time the fire department comes out, it's a total loss, and they have to turn it into the insurance company, and then the insurance company covers it all up.
Yeah. So my advice is, yeah, get if you do get married, make sure you're sterilized, or you sterilize the lady.
Chemical
oh my god, I can't get into
with
that.
with her consent, of course.
Right.
Yeah, with her consent.
Look how he casually just blew that off, though.
Yeah.
Professor, by the way, I know you like guns. Maybe ski. Do you like skeet shooting instead of such radical measures as getting a vasectomy?
You mean to shoot her?
No. Do you know
Clay
what
pigeons?
skeet
We're
shooting
talking
is?
about clay pigeons now.
Use her as a target.
No, pull it out and
Jesus.
just explode outside.
Oh,
Oh my
Skeet
god!
shooting. Come on. I mean, I
Man,
know
it's taking it to
you live
literal
in
terms.
the UK now, but you should be hip to this sort of American slang. Come on. Come on.
Skirt, skirt, skirt.
well,
I mean,
the English people are they're using their language in very different ways than the American people.
It's the King's English now. Excuse me. Yeah, that's right.
So no, my son's school has a shooting club, and so they do a lot of clay shooting.
Nice.
But the good thing about my son's school is that it's an all boys school. No girls are permitted.
What?
mm,
That's racist.
Yeah, and my daughter's school is an all girls school. No boys are permitted.
That's classist.
wouldn't it be segregation? Wouldn't that be the official definition of that? Be segregation? Segregated?
It is. It's true. It is.
Yes. Well, what can we do?
Do you?
Well, you mean
So
you could always
Professor,
start, mixing them together. There's a
Well-
start right there. That's a theory.
well, no, I have to wonder because, like, do you believe that your children are getting in that situation where, like, they are separated because of their gender? Do you think they're getting a better education?
Okay. So this is now the real professor will speak, because a lot of it that I say is, interesting, but to keep the conversation. There is academic evidence to prove that single-sex education for certain ages has better results, academic results, right? And it's more in the case of the girls than in the boys. The girls tend to be performing better. In general, girls actually academically perform better than boys. They do mature scientifically earlier.
I was gonna say, I mean, in general, women throughout, even through higher education, just simply do better
Yeah,
on average.
yeah.
But why is it that men are smarter then?
They're not. I don't think that men are smarter.
Sorry,
I mean,
sorry. I was just I had to I'm
Yeah.
trying to be funny. Like,
Yeah, no. I'll just for 20 seconds, I'll be, kind of professorial, and then I'll go back to my gimmicky character. But so we took the decision, but Professor here, had to converse with his other half. Anyway, I don't believe in these other halves, but anyway. Um, but we looked at the evidence, and the better schools tend to be the ones that are at a certain age single sex in the UK. Now, of course, having said that, there are enough other schools that are co-ed, grammar, state schools, free schools, so to speak, which are also equally good. Anyway, I don't want to get into a huge debate because then we will lose track. But where we are at the moment, the offering for better academic schools, which doesn't mean a lot, right? But it means enough for some people to be convinced to send their kids in those schools. Now, in life, as you know, education has very little to do with success. And, we are trying to believe that we're doing the best for the kids. This is the fallacy of the parent that, we will take them to a good school, hence they will go to a good university. Good university means successful life. And this is where it all gets distorted and convoluted. And, life is not like that. I have seen the most successful people being not highly educated or the top school, graduates, and so forth. So, anyway, to keep it short, we take them to the schools believing that they will do well in life or they will be influenced in the right way. The UK, of course, has certain challenges because it is a country that is in decline. Whether the British people want to or the English people want to accept that, it is a fact. And we live in a bubble. We live in one of the three bubbles of the UK. The three bubbles is London, big bubble, where it has fewer and fewer English people. It's usually comprised of foreigners. Real estate prices are unattainable by the normal wage earner of a British English descent. And then the other two bubbles is Oxford and Cambridge. The rest of the country is kind of semi bubble or in decline, in steep decline. And if you go to the north of the country, they're in the shitholes of the United Kingdom.
I was actually hanging out with a Welsh woman last night who has been in a relationship with an American who I've known now for 15 years, 10 or 15 years, somewhere around there. And the two of them have been together for 4 years now. And so he has traveled around. He works in the hospitality industry, in the service industry, and, high-end restaurants and bars, doing programming, curating menus and those kind of things. And I think the two of them actually met each other. I believe it was in Singapore. So he went from New York and he was in Singapore for a while, and she went from Wales to Australia, and then somehow but they have been together for 4 years. And she currently is located in the UK and was talking about how her business has been directly affected by all the rail strikes, which I understand are ongoing.
Yeah, even today, I can't move. I can't go from one city to another because there is a strike. You're right. Sorry.
And
Bit rude, isn't it, bruv?
And there you go, and so, it's, and so it was interesting. So I wanted to have this conversation with her and the person who she's with. And I thought I've been complaining about my long distance relationship where my partner is in the same city, but because of how vast New York City is, it can take up to an hour and a half or 2 hours for me to see the person who I'm in a relationship with. And I think like, oh, that's a long distance. And I callously said this last night, like, oh, well, we're in a long distance relationship. Like I completely, after hanging out with this couple for like hours and listening to their whole story about he's in America, she's in the United Kingdom, they're going through this whole process. And I was like, oh shit, I'm so sorry. Like I forgot, because I don't know if they're like trying to get married or what, but she's had all these experiences with even just trying to get into the country, like as a non-American. Like she'll get
Yeah.
grilled, like they'll pull her out of line in like the
Yeah.
airport, and it's like this full-on like interrogation. Like they'll take her phone. Like it's just crazy, because you would think like, oh well, why is it so extreme? Like why is it that way? um and I don't really know why. And and the whole time I'm asking her about like, well, what do you think about Brexit? Like, has that worked out for you? Because she was like a no vote, but like her mom was like yes, like her mother voted for Brexit. And so I'm just generally asking her like, well, are you happy? Like, is it working out for you? What do you? And she's like, no, no, it's not. But like literally within her own family, there's like this conflict, so there's like even one generation away, there's this difference of opinion of how the state should be governed. So anyway, I thought that was fascinating.
That is fascinating. I mean, one of the things is that this country still lives in this divide between the old and the new. And the new never wanted to leave the European Union. The old wanted to leave the European Union. If you look at recent polls, 1/5 of those folks who voted to exit the European Union have changed their mind, and they want to return back. Now it's a bit too late. And this is what you get with democracy. If you go to the people and you don't really understand the thinking that goes on, people decide for different reasons, um, and so forth. So it's very challenging. Also, remember that the UK has become a service-oriented economy, finance and services. It's no longer what it used to do, and had it not been for the inflow of Europeans, 8 months ago we didn't have enough truck drivers to transport fuel to the gas stations, and there was no gasoline. There were queues, there were lines of cars, and you were not allowed to purchase more than a certain amount every time. I mean, this is ridiculous. We didn't even have a war. Can you imagine what happens during COVID? Of course, like many other countries, okay, toilet paper was missing, but they were missing other things, pasta and rice and flour and stuff. But even after COVID dissipated, supermarkets do have problems with resupplies because of the customs. Customs today is an issue between the UK and the EU. So all these things, they didn't think of them thoroughly, and now they're faced with higher inflation, higher cost of living, not just because of the Ukraine crisis and all of that, but it's because the Brexit. They decided to exit the EU. So I think in general, they have to re-energize themselves and think about what they want to do in the future, because they are in decline. Yes, they produce nice watches. I don't buy them at all. Bremond, I mean, that's good for making sausages on the watch. But it's a society in perpetual decline.
Well, I mean, I guess you can say that about a lot of different countries in the world, and not necessarily only only the ones that are part of the Northern Hemisphere and the so-called Western world either. So,
I mean, you can't say that about America, because this is just this is the best country in the world, and I mean, I know all you guys are American patriots, so like.
Well, I am.
I mean, you most certainly can't say anything about Venice either.
I'm an American patriot of the highest order. I'm in fact more American than most of you, since I'm naturalized. So
it's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
That's
I mean, I'm
I've
particularly
actually
American
earned my
because
stripes.
I'm particularly American because my ancestors were from a different continent. Like, that's how you know. Like you can't be truly American unless your ancestors are actually from like a different continent. But that's how I know. Pure.
Right. It's not
the other thing I like.
It's not like there were indigenous people here before. Before we arrived. Sorry, Professor. What were you saying?
I was going to say, back in the days when I'm American educated, you can say that. So,
American by education.
American by education. My dad was an American.
Bildungsbürger.
Bildungsbürger. Yeah, my dad was an American from Chicago.
That's a very American town, by the way,
and
very Greek town too.
Yeah, yeah. And I still have an empty grave for myself.
What? You have a plot in Chicago?
I have a plot, guys. If anybody wants it, it's
how much are they going for?
I don't know. My mom is trying to sell it for decades. I said, okay, well, I don't know. We'll get somebody in it.
There you go.
Eventually there's going to be a body in there. Yeah, you could rent it
anyway,
out. It could be a temporary burial.
Anyway, we got the burial site, but yeah, it's look, America has good things, but also challenging things. Every country has, not easy.
I mean, I generally think it is the best country. I have a hard time accepting otherwise. And like it's just like, yeah, okay, I've never lived in another country, but like I don't need to. I mean, like I live in America, and this is the best country in the world. That I mean, everyone knows that. So,
proud to be an American,
because at least I know I'm free.
Exactly.
And listen, freedom.
Until the liberal occupation continues to overtake the United States.
There are certain things, good working for the U.S. As an economist, the U.S. has good systems. I'm not going to say all the time functional institutions, but more functional institutions. Well, at least the stock market works.
Yeah. I mean, like, it seems to me like if you could get into real estate, if you could own like a good amount of real estate in this country, I think you're in pretty good shape, because it's not like the most liquid asset, but like it moves pretty quickly if you're in the right region.
Guys, quick reminder, if you are near your like button, hit it, smash it, upvote the stream. It really does help. That little bit of a push does help as I try to make my way to 5,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So please hit the like button.
So you guys, would you buy, if you had the money, would you buy AP, these watches, if you had the money, and if
I think not having a Royal Oak already and having set my mind to get one before the end of the year, end of my 30s, so before I'm 40. I would I would rather get as my one and only the steel one. But if money were no object, and if I could get my hands on the white gold one, the white gold jumbo 16202 BC with the Tuscan dial, I would most certainly go for that. Yeah, I would get it.
You go for that over the turquoise, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Because again, if it were going to be my one and only, I really do love the turquoise mid-size 15550 BA. I do love that, but I think that's really the kind you would get if you already have one. But
Right.
there are no rules in this game. You all know this, but in my mind, that's how I'm conceptualizing it. If I'm gonna get the turquoise, that would be probably more of a niche piece than my entry point into the range. Whereas, if money were no object, the jumbo with the Tuscan dial can be a one and done.
The
Right.
7, the one AP that I have on my list of 7, I have the 7 grails, which is like
Right.
a grail
You told
for
me this.
every day of the week. And there's an AP on there, and it's the full skeleton ceramic 3-hander,
Mm,
and that's it. It's like
can
it's like skeleton. It's like full ceramic, so it's like it's the heritage AP Royal Oak design with the new. They're trying to push the boundaries of the new material, and then it has the classic horological, like hand making, like, okay, the skeletonization aspect of it. To me, that's like the perfect balance of modern AP.
mm. Can I share my friend's story? He took his AP Royal Oak footnote. By the way, I'm gonna forget. Mitch, I really like your collection. Is Mitch there? Hello, Mitch.
No, he.
Oh, I thought he said Mitch. I'm like, oh
Mitch.
Yeah, Big
Mitch?
Mitch.
no, I
Big
thought he
Mitch.
said like
What?
Mitch, like Mitch McConnelly. Whatever.
You guys
Mitch,
are
because everyone pronounces your
Big
name
Mitch.
so correctly in this entire space, you're gonna take it serious. How the professor?
Mitch. Mitch.
Papa, Big Papa. I love you when you call me Big.
My bad, my bad. All right, anyways, go on.
Yeah, I really like your collection. You have a good amount of good watches.
Thank you.
So my friend takes his AP Royal Oak offshore to his local AD. They tell him, "Oh, we need to send it to Geneva. He needs to change the bezel. The bezel has cracked. Carbon fiber, expensive piece." They tell him, "We're gonna ship it to Geneva and all of that." He says, "How much?" He says, the AD, I don't know. Okay. So my friend says, "What shall I do?" I say, "Well, you're going to Geneva anyway. Send it. Take it." He says, "No, I need to have it ready for my Christmas thing." I say, "Okay, I'll be going. I'll take it." So I took it. This was back in early December. I took it to the boutique. I saw them. "Oh, monsieur. Oh, monsieur Renaud. Okay." I hand it in.
I do
They say,
apologize for the Francophobia, guys, but yes, go on.
yeah. "Oh, merci beaucoup, Lulu." Okay, I get it. I get the receipt. The receiving the watch thing. I give it to my friend. Then he goes back. He goes to them like 2 weeks ago. He flies to Geneva and he takes the watch. And I told them, don't change anything, the looks of the watch, just change the bezel. So as if they didn't hear any of what I said, they brushed the entire watch, right? So it looked completely new. Okay.
Hmm.
Then they tried to change the bezel, and the bezel had cracked. So they had to open the entire watch, change the bezel, and make adjustments. My friend went there. He said to me, "What is this watch? I didn't ask you to brush the entire watch. I want to keep the old patina." They said, "No, no, we cannot. This is automatic." I said, "Oh." My friend says, "Yeah, but this is not the request. In the receipt here, it says no, no brushing." They said, "No, no, no, we cannot." Anyway, um, he tells him, "Where is the old bezel? We cannot give you the old bezel. It is policy." He says, "But it's cracked." He says, "No, no, no, because we have super duper stuff inside the composition. You never know. It will be shared with, intellectual property. Oh my goodness, this is rocket science." Okay. Sorry, my dialect has moved to Oriental dialect from French. So yeah.
I
Anyway,
don't even know. I don't even know what that was, but yes, we'll take it as read.
yeah, take it as yeah. So the guy says, "You know what's my invoice?" I go, "What is your invoice?" I say, he said, "Take a guess." I said, 3,500 Swiss francs. He said, "Okay, try again." I said, "What?
Yikes.
Higher?" He says, go another. I said, 5,000. He says, go one more.
7,500.
7,500.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Beautiful, beautiful.
New bezel, full case polish, full service, 7,500.
And do a full service of the watch. They changed the plastic gasket inside. They did this. They did that. And then the guy said to me, I'm not going to buy again. AP.
Right. But and he couldn't get the original bezel back. They kept it.
So
Because Rolex never does stuff like that, right? You know, when
no,
they
no.
change
No,
stuff,
they would
they
never.
don't even give
I
you
know.
back.
I've heard stories that Rolex would do that also. I mean,
Exactly.
I've thought about
Exactly.
that. I've thought about like, oh, if my clasp is damaged.
Rolex does the same thing.
I mean, like, why not?
The professor always has excuses for Rolex, though. You'll see.
Oh, I know.
What's the excuse
Rolex
this
does
time?
the same thing.
I know they do.
Rolex does the same thing.
But if your bezel is damaged or your crystal, like let's say if it is a bezel, right? If it's like a day bezel or even, a sports bezel that, can rotate or your clasp is damaged and it's a component that, with a little bit of research and maybe a couple $100 worth of tools online, you can remove yourself. If you're going to take your watch to the Rolex service center and they're not just going to touch it up, they're actually going to replace that component. Why would you give them the component? Why not just keep the broken component and you bring them an incomplete watch and you say, "Oh, they fell apart. I don't know what happened to the bezel."
Well, that's why people are forced into engaging in this kind of trickery. I mean,
Yeah.
if you want a new bracelet, for example, or a different kind of bracelet for your watch, and you don't want to surrender your old bracelet, if you're not a privileged customer and you don't want to have this discussion, you just take the watch head to the Rolex service center, because they are gonna try to pull
They will.
stupid tricks and say, if you want the oyster bracelet, we'll keep your jubilee and we'll still sell you at the full price.
Yeah.
So
No, it's you know what my friend said at the end of all this. They changed his buckle. He had a buckle because it's rubber strap. They changed
for the
buckle
offshore.
for the offshore. So they just changed his buckle. And he said, "You know how much was that buckle?" I said, "How much?" 350.
Oh, you want my story from Breguet? So when I got my Type 20 at that absolute steal for 4K on the full stainless steel bracelet, of course I wanted to also have the option of wearing it on a leather strap, and when I do that, I wanted to wear it with the matching Breguet buckle. With it's the déployant style stainless steel. Nothing special about the material, just the signature. 600. That's how much I paid for my Breguet stainless steel buckle, and I hope that paid at least the electricity bill in uh, Emmanuel Breguet's Hôtel Particulier in Paris. I hope it
Did
went
you
to
get a
some.
leather strap with that 600 also?
No, no, no. That was just a buckle.
Damn.
That was just a buckle.
Lord probably paid for like the next bottle of champagne for the next VIP. That
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
how they get it.
They're like, we
Their,
got these schmucks that are coming in just looking to buy a buckle. They don't want to buy a whole watch. They pay for the champagne for the VIPs.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine if you're buying a Breguet that like basically drops off 50% in value right when you walk out of the store, but you're actually going to the AD and paying
Yeah.
for that there? I mean,
Crazy.
it's
crazy.
kind of baller. Like if you don't really care about value retention to that level, where you're like, I'll just buy a $30,000 watch that tomorrow is going to be worth 15.
You know what my friend said to me at the end? He doesn't have a problem with, obviously with money and all that. He said to me, this is the first and last I will wear. I will buy an AP. I'll revert back to Rolex. And this is a guy who has a lot of Rolex pieces. Not the usual ones. I mean, he's the same guy who has the meteorite dial, the white gold meteorite dial, which is very much wanted. He has all the Daytonas, in all the iterations. I mean, the modern ones, older ones, vintage, not so much, but the new ones he has, the green, the blue, the meteorite, the steel. Yeah.
No, I think there's a certain level where once you cross that, like, I mean, you always hear these stories, right? You hear these stories about like these incredibly frugal and cheap, wealthy people, right? So they display their wealth. It's obvious that they're millionaires or billionaires or whatever, but when it comes to paying the bill, like they will literally nickel and dime every single thing that
Yeah.
you do. And that's like my experience, right? That's why
That's a good point as well.
I mean, well,
It's
frankly,
a
this
good
is why,
point.
like, I'm just like, fuck rich people, because like,
Yeah, I agree with you.
like, I've been working for them for 20 years, and like, they're like, oh, you have to come in the service entrance and like blah blah blah. And when it comes to actual, like, it's all about, oh, I want to cover my floors with this exotic rainforest
Yeah.
wood, but like when it comes to like actually paying people for doing work, you have to jump through hoops to explain why you should get paid. Oh, well, I was here on this day and I did blah blah blah. Oh, well, we're not going to pay you for that. And when you do the work up front, you basically say, oh, okay, well, with the promise that you will get paid in the future, they have all the leverage, right? Because it's like you've already done the work, right?
But by the way, I mean, I can see the parallel. I can see the analogy. Of course, let's not mistake it. When you get your watch serviced at the manufacturer, it's most certainly not the watchmaker who reaps the benefits of that.
Of course not. It's corporate. It's like all the the CEO compensation, obviously, all that. I mean, I think if it is a watch that's going back to Geneva, in the case of Switzerland, I'm sure the watchmakers, like, they have a good deal there. They live in, if it's the Vallée de Joux that they live, if they live in La Brosseau, that's where they live. Like, they probably have a pretty decent standard of living. But, if it's like a Rolex service center in the States, I mean, I was trying to get this information, like when I went to that watchmaking class. I asked the guy who worked for Rolex, so what does an entry level Rolex job pay? Like, is this actually a career worth pursuing? And, they went on and on about saying, like, it's so hard to find qualified people. And I was like, well, what's the entry level job in New York for a watchmaker? And he told me it was $50,000 a year. $50,000 a year,
man,
in New York City. And I was like,
think
that is laughable. Like,
you know, I think you can make a little more than that with an entry level UPS driver's job.
well, UPS drivers are
Oh, for
Teamsters.
sure.
They're Teamsters. They're actually unionized. That's why you make more money, and they have
Not
the
to mention you
benefits.
get to share profits as a profit holder. Stock option. There you go. Excuse me.
I mean, I couldn't help but just be like, "Excuse me, like $50,000 in New York City? Like, are you kidding? Are you joking? Like, really?" And I looked at this guy and I was like, "Well, wait a second. Like, this cannot be real. Like, you cannot actually
Of course
seriously
it
be
is.
telling me."
Of course it is.
And then I was like, "But wait a second. Like, let's get down to brass tacks here. So, you're a really talented watchmaker. How much money are you going to make?" Right? And he basically was telling me, like, if you're doing complications for Patek, like, you could be in the $120,000 range. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding? Like, you're making $120,000 a year, but you're working on minute repeaters. You're never gonna own that minute repeater. Like, yeah, you can service it, but like, you
Well,
are
I mean,
never gonna own one.
okay, that seems like a very steep and interesting standard. Again, kind of pre-industrial economics kind of logic. So I'm not sure if I can subscribe to that from a logical perspective, even though I do subscribe to it from a sentimental perspective. Right? You would want these wondrous complications, whether it's a tourbillon or a sonnerie or minute repeater, or like a flyback chronograph, etc. All of these accessible to the widest variety of people. But I mean, alienation in industrial work is a simple principle. Yet
It's true. Listen,
I mean, it's not. Yes, it's not acceptable that someone as an entry level watchmaker would make below subsistence wage base, or like barely subsistence wage in New York, and someone who works on complications would make very low six figures, which in New York actually does not go all that far either.
it's a like, it is, you can, I mean, if you have, like, if you're in a relatively affordable housing situation, you could have a nice comfortable life. If you have kids, if your partner's not making money and you have dependents, it's not going to go very far. So, all these narratives about the idea that, oh, well, if you, like, you just work hard, you could provide for your family. It's like, actually, that those things don't work. And like, in many different contemporary scenarios. I will say this, however, though, and this is the thing that was interesting to me. So this guy who was teaching this class went on to say, well, if you get yourself into a managerial position, then you could be in the upwards of six figures into the $250,000 range. Right. So he was basically saying, like, okay, you get your foot in the door, you prove your level of competency with watchmaking, you know how to supervise people, you get up to that level where you understand how complications work, but, like, maybe you're not actually the idiot savant that's required to, like, actually, like, put together like this grand complication piece. However, you know what it takes to do that. Like, the type of people you have to staff to do it, the type of resources you have to, what the cash flow has to be, what components you need to have on order and get them delivered on time. That to me made sense, right? It's like, oh, okay, like, I get that. And, like, that to me was the kind of, like, that makes sense, right? Like, if you're actually interested in, pursuing this field with one of these big corporate brands, you basically need to be willing to do that if you're interested in having that kind of potential. Or maybe you could be a watchmaker somewhere where you don't need to make a big salary and the cost of living is lower. But nowadays, I think, like, what's the average rent in the States is like about 12 or 1,500 a month.
Yeah, look, I mean, also, again, I mean, that makes sense, but we started the conversation by the people, the Rolex person you are having a conversation with in New York saying, oh, we just can't find qualified watchmakers.
Right.
Where the reason was pretty simple, for $50,000,
Yeah,
that
no shit.
watchmaker it would rather do something else even, and take up some other kind of profession, especially if that person is interested in raising a family, maybe take on other kinds of familial responsibilities in a bigger family, bigger than a nuclear family, so on and so forth. So it's I mean, I understand that's a nice way out of that problem. Hey, maybe one should move somewhere else if you want to be a watchmaker. But then again, that
But
wasn't
this is
the
where
problem.
people are buying watches in New York City.
Right.
So.
By the way, I mean, New York, by the way, is a very, very special place for the watch market. To this day, again, before the pandemic, first of all, China was about to supersede, about to transcend the US as the biggest market, but the pandemic shifted the scales back in the direction of the US, and US is still the largest market. And within that large market, if you were to single out one metropolitan area that is above and beyond just about everywhere else in the UK, in the US, and this is without disregarding the fact that um, there are a lot of very small, seemingly humble towns in the US that invest in a lot of Pateks and Rolexes and more. But that being said, New York City is the horological capital of the US, which still remains the biggest global market. So you're absolutely right. That's not just one place among others. So if they want to create the ecosystem, they will have to make some sacrifices, and you can't expect that from the watchmaker, but you could expect it from these big name brands.
I mean, part of me was wondering, like, is this part of their whole program where it's like this inside game where they're like, don't ever tell people what we actually pay. Like, we want people who just want to be watchmakers. And is it like that they literally lie about the compensation because they want people who are just so obsessed with watchmaking that they don't care about being financially destitute by accepting the jobs, or potentially they come from, they have trust funds, or they come from a family where their parents pay for their living and they
I
can
don't
work
know.
for
I mean,
starvation wages, and they're just kind of like, oh, it doesn't really matter. And it never ceases to amaze me how, when you hear about what the expectation is for an entry level job and what the compensation is, how the disparate, like how the fucking vast gulf there is between, we expect you to know and have all this experience, but oh yeah, we're only going to pay you 20 or 25 bucks an hour.
I mean, I come back to what I just said, right? This is where they make a lot of their money. This is the market. The US is the market where they sell still most of their watches. So all these high horological manufacturers, all these super hyper hyped up luxury brands from the Swiss watch industry need to need to pay their part to create the ecosystem in the US, which will sustain the care and the care these watches deserve. I mean, it can't be just about the sales. It can't be just about the highly upcharged service centers, service elements, which a lot of brands nowadays recognize as an important portion of their profits. It can't be just again installing, as we have said and as we have predicted here, installing their own certified pre-owned programs, with Audemars Piguet now following suit, apparently. It has to be also in terms of creating the scholarships, creating the subventions for younger generation of watchmakers to actually be able to be paid dignified salaries. And that can't be something that is simply reflected on more and more inflated service bills that is reflected to the end customer. They should, the APs, Vacheron Constantins, Richemonts, Rolexes, and Pateks of this world need to play their part if they want to stay relevant.
It just never ceases to
honestly,
amaze me that I heard Eric Koo tell this story. Like, it was in a conversation with, I think it was John Reardon. Is that the guy from Collectability?
Yes, that is John
Actually,
Reardon.
yeah, I can't remember if I think it was Koo and his partner from Loop This. It was like the three of them, like they were having this conversation.
Justin Greenberg, maybe? Justin Greenberg,
Yes,
John Reardon.
that's right. Yep. I think the three of them were having this conversation, and I've heard Eric say this before on multiple occasions, where he's just like, there just are not enough watchmakers, like but the interesting thing in this particular conversation was he talked about how they were undervalued. Like, even he admitted it, right? Like, he knows, like, being so plugged into the industry, he was able to admit that, like, well, we don't have enough people to fulfill these positions, but at the same time, the compensation for them is not where it should be. And you see all the premiums, you see the money that people are spending in the gray market. Like, you see just like this insane amount of cash flow in the watch industry, and the people who are like actually building these things and servicing them, for whatever reason, like, they still are kind of like, well, yeah, whatever, like, we'll figure out what we could pay them, and that's it. And that, to me, is very surprising, because so much of this conversation about price inflation is, well, we just cannot make enough watches. We can't make enough Rolex. We can't make enough AP. That's why you have to pay a premium for it. But then at the same time, we're like, oh, well, we don't have enough people to make these things.
Yeah. Can I say something? Hello, everybody.
And also, just one sentence. Do we have enough people to service these things for the next generation and the one after and the one after? Yes, Professor.
Yeah, I think we said it. I said it at the very beginning of my appearances with you, Lord, that there are very few. The industry is suffering from a lack of watchmakers, qualified watchmakers. The reason why they leave watchmakers to create their own lines, their own boutiques, their own manufacturers is because of the pay. It's not because they are fascinated only. It's not enough. It's because they get shit salaries. Yeah, and they're working for Patek, and they get 70,000 Swiss francs or 80,000 Swiss francs, and they've worked for Patek for 10 years. I mean, this is horrible money in Switzerland. You don't go anywhere.
Right.
So they go and create their own thing, and if they're good. And traditionally, they, you do a bit of this, a bit of that, and you have a line, and you start charging. And I think this is what a lot of them are opting. Look how many people left Patek to do their own thing. Look at how many people left Rolex. Some of them successfully, some of them not so. I have a few in mind, but that's for me. But overall, I think the issue of pay is quite serious. These guys could be working for 25 years. They end up getting 120, 130 Swiss francs. That's ridiculously low for a master complication watchmaker. That's that's a problem. So I think now they are uniquely based to have a chance to make it on their own and to be able to develop, because we do live in the golden age of watchmaking, and this is the time for them. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask a question though? Isn't that at a certain level kicking the can down the road? Because a lot of the independent watchmakers, and this is not a realistic expectation, I'm just trying to describe the situation. A lot of them are not George Daniels or Roger Smith. So they are basically establishing their boutique manufacturers, which I'm sure don't necessarily pay equitable, dignified wages to every single watchmaker who works in those manufacturers. So at the end of the day, that's just kicking the can down the road. We are honoring the work of that particularly skilled heritage watchmaker who finally goes his or her own way. Yet that person will also end up employing watchmakers. And how are these people being paid then?
Right. So this is a very good question. And usually the best way that you can attract talent, the way it's done is by having a share, a stock share program. So in the company, you pay the same, but you include them in the company's profits. The difference between working for a small manufacturer versus working for a behemoth like Rolex or Patek or some of the others, Omega, is that you don't have any restrictions. Working for one of the top five, at least the top three, and the top one being Rolex, you do have restrictions. You cannot talk to anybody. You have NDAs are 300 pages long. You are really restricted. When you go and work for somebody who is a small up and coming watchmaker or a company of that kind, you have all the freedom in the world. You remember, working for Patek or Rolex is not often an easy proposition because of the restrictions you have. You cannot talk to anybody. You're not allowed to go and talk to your friends and say, this is what I'm working on. It is working for, like working for, the intelligence services. You can't go and tell your family that you're working for them.
All right. We have actually completed our 4 hours today. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Aidan. Thank you, St. Peter. Thank you, Big Meech, for participating in the panel. We talked about the new AP releases for 2023. The code 1159 in stainless steel, time and date, and the chronograph, as well as the hybrid version that combines a ceramic mid case with the stainless steel exoskeleton. And we have also talked about the reduced size Royal Oak with the turquoise dial, that is the 37 millimeter 15550 in 18 karat yellow gold. We also talked about the new jumbo in 18 karat white gold with the Tuscan dial 16202 BC. We compared that to Patek's new 5811G, their new generation of the Nautilus. We dissected a little bit code 1159 and all the other new releases in terms of what they have to offer and what they still, from our perspective, lack. We have also talked about a bunch of other things, but coming back to the world of watches, we also discussed about the ecosystem that we need as collectors to be able to not only own but also take care of these watches for generations to come, and what skilled, competent watchmakers from a younger generation would aid in that, and that is something that Heritage manufacturers, these high horological luxury brands, need to contribute to in a meaningful way, and not in the form of one or two scholarships. We have also had the wonderful drawing for that orange dial Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers watch. The random number generator gave us number 6. I've already congratulated Nish and sent him a direct message as well as an email to recognize him. And hopefully in a few days, next week sometime, he will already have sent us some pictures with his new watch, and we'll go from there for the next 3 giveaways, because I have the watch in that mint green dial. I have the watch in that blue dial, in that sky blue dial, and I have that watch also in the classic black dial with those nautical flag looking index markers as well. So stay tuned for further giveaways. Once again, congratulations, number 6, Nish. And thank you, everyone, again. Thank you for your presence and support in the chat. Please hit the like button on your way out. Thank you, Nick Butter. Thank you, Jake Brooks. Thank you, Nish. And thank you, St. Peter, for your generous super chats. I really appreciate you. And I look forward to seeing you at 8 a.m. my time tomorrow in the morning. Well, it's already today, because I'm going to be having a wonderful discussion with Charlie Dunn, who is with Eric Wind in Wind Vintage, and our conversation will center on Jaeger-LeCoultre Memovox, but we will have a lot to say, of course, about JLC vintage collectibles, especially time-only pieces, and I'm sure Charlie's fascination with other alarm watches, such as the Vulcan Crickets, will also come up. So check out that interview from the link. Turn on your notifications. That will be in 8 hours time. So 11 a.m. New York, 8 a.m. Los Angeles, and we will get the ball rolling for tomorrow. Of course, there is going to be a late show as well. As you know, I work hard at this, and I'm trying to gain some momentum. So if you could just hit the like button, watch the other videos, explore the content, upvote the streams, upvote the other content, and share it far and wide so I can reach my goal of 5,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you in about 8 hours. Goodbye.